Long moves that House File Number 3431 be taken from the table.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. The motion prevails. Thank you so much.
There it is.
Yep. Just say calendar today again.
Or just say clerk will report the bill.
The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 3431, an act relating to state government finance, the second engrossment.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And tonight it's great to be with everyone and to discuss House File 3431, the 2024 State and Local Government and Finance and Policy Bill. This is a really good bill. This bill contains great bipartisan work, and together we're building on the good work that we did in 2023. The bill contains modernization of state government, and it continues to improve the function and accessibility of our state government and services to Minnesotans. Article 1 is the appropriations section, and I will just say that this bill is $2.5 million, and it is fully within our budget target. Article 2 is the state government portion of the bill, and it contains 3 larger bills. 2 of those bills pertain to Minute. One provides evaluation procedures for agency IT projects, and the second streamlines cybersecurity incidents reporting. And I'd like to take a moment to thank Representatives Bonner and Nash for your collaborative work on this section of the bill. The third large bill that is contained in the policy bill is the Office of Administrative Hearings, and I'd like to thank Judge Starr for her really important work in the Office of Administrative Hearings. This bill provides policy and technical changes related to administrative law and the work of the Office of Administrative Hearings pertaining to data practices, court operations, rulemaking, and fair campaign practices by prohibiting false political and campaign materials. Further, the bill outlines improvements and redevelopment of the capital area. The bill ensures that 2023 appropriations to redevelop the capital area are utilized and available to ensure adequate green space protection, sustain businesses like the Capitol Barber. Thank you, Representative Hewitt, for your work there. The Capital Area Community Vitality Account is there for economic development in the capital area, and that will be under the direction of the community and the CAP Board with oversights and grant management by the St. Paul Economic and Development Department. I'd like to thank Representative Perez-Vega and Hussein for their work in the Capital Area Community Vitality Task Force. And also there is the implementation of the 2023 allocation for the Capital Mall Design Framework under the direction of the CAP Board with implementation by the Department of Administration. There are technical changes for the administration and MMB, security measures for our constitutional officers, amendments to laws governing notarial acts, I think I said that wrong, notary acts, including e-notary provisions and allowing for notary seals to be used until their expiration. The Secretary of State has a provision for the Uniform Commercial Code account. Representative Long has a provision in the bill, as does Representative New Brindley. I would like to thank Representative Stevenson for his work with the email notification regarding professional licenses. And thank you, Representative Harder, for your hard work in codifying the practice of the PUC with our tribal nations. In Article 3, which is the local government portion of the bill, Hennepin County is allowed to expand its set-aside contract use for employees on rehabilitative assistance. Thank you, Representative Nelson, for your hard work there. Representative Jordan, I'd like to acknowledge your ban the ban repealer, and Representative Hollins, your work for St. Paul with the franchise fees. Article 4 contains 3 provisions for Veterans Affairs, and I'd like to thank Chair Newton and Representative Farr for your great work on that, those 3 provisions. And Madam Speaker, with that, I will save thank yous until after we finish the amendments in third reading.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Cleavorn moves to amend House File Number 3431, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A46.
Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this does just a couple of things. The beginning of the amendment would allow for an extension of the capital mall design framework by allowing it to continue until the end of the fiscal year. It also allows, it gives clear direction to the Department of Administration as to what we would like to do in the capital mall design framework. The next thing it does is for Lead Nash, he wanted a provision to sunset, and it provides the sunset for the capital security piece. And then for Representative Scott had mentioned that she was concerned about part of the MIRA provision, and this tightens the language around that MIRA provision. And that's the amendment. Thank you.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Howard moves to amend the Cleavorn amendment to House File Number 3431, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A60.
I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Chair Cleavorn for the underlying amendment, adding clarity for our comp plans that our cities have been seeking. This adds additional language related to our cities of the first class in Minneapolis and St. Paul. And I would note that with this language and the underlying language, we've worked very closely with cities and our environmental groups, and they support this language. I would encourage a yes vote.
Discussion to the amendment to the amendment. There being no Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you. I consider this a friendly amendment, and I'd urge a green vote. Thank you.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. The motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the underlying amendment, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have gone over this amendment already. I would ask for a yes vote.
Discussion to the amendment is amended. There being no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment as amended is adopted. All right, that break. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 3431, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A50.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an amendment for our Representative Anderson. I think he's delayed, but this would reduce the hospital board in his county, Swift County, from 9 to 6 members. This is an amendment that we've talked about with Chair Cleavorn, and she 5 minutes ago said she was going to take. I think she's still, yep, she's nodding yes. So members, please support this amendment.
Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you very much. This is an amendment, but the bill itself is sitting on the general register. Members, it's a good amendment. I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion to the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Harder moves to amend House File Number 3431, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A40.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Sibley, Representative Harder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Recently, many of our communities were surprised by the recent closure of the newspapers. Political subdivisions such as counties are required to publish these legal notices. And after the announcement of the closures of the newspapers, I'm sure many of us fielded calls about what they were going to do to comply with this current statute. So following the conversation I had with the county commissioner, I submitted an amendment in committee. And this one that I submitted dealt with counties. However, the chair requested that more work needed to be done because we should include the other political subdivisions such as townships, cities and schools districts. So in front of you is an amendment to address that particular situation. And the amendment is time limited and broad enough to address the recently impacted communities and any others that might see their newspapers close. And based upon my work that I've had with Chair Cleaborn and Representative Tabke, this is a good amendment for now. We do need to work on an amendment to address the situation for a longer term, and perhaps in the interim or next session we can get that addressed. So I appreciate the work on this amendment and find it a reasonable short-term fix, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleaborn.
Thank you, members, and I would encourage a green vote, and I would like to thank Representative Harder and Representative Tabke for working with me to make this amendment possible. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Tabke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to say thank you to Representative Harder and Shakopee, Scott County, and the Shakopee School District, and our townships and soil water conservation districts have all been impacted by sudden closure of our newspaper, and this is a really important thing to have done so public notices and pieces can go out. So I just want to thank Representative Harder and Chair Cleaborn for including this. So thank you.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wanted to say thank you for the work that's been done. We're losing small newspapers, and that's a very sad thing when we see that happen. There have been a number in Carver and Scott, and sadly, I think that we'll see some more. And to the point that both Representative Harder and Representative Tabke have made, we're going to have to figure this out long term. So I know that there's some conversation that's been going on with newspaper associations and everybody else. When you live in a small town like Waconia, or pick another small town, that small town newspaper is struggling, and I think that we're going to have to play a couple moves ahead on the chessboard and begin thinking about what do we do statutorily to make it easier for that hopeful, that doesn't happen, but the probable reality of those newspapers going out of business. And you know, Representative Tabke and I shared adjacent areas, and we're going to see this happen, and we have to figure it out. So just wanted to thank Chair Cleaborn and Representative Tabke and Harder for the hard work with the stakeholders. So thank you. Vote green.
I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just echo what my colleagues have said. Thank you, Chair Cleaborn, Representative Tabke, Representative Harder, Representative Nash. And I think Representative Nash hit the nail on the head. Our newspapers across our area that we represent recently shut down, but it's really indicative of a larger problem. So really putting our heads together and coming up with a solution to support not only our local school districts, but our townships, watershed districts, so that they can disseminate the information that they need to get out to our public, but also do it in a reasonable way. So thank you again, Chair Cleaborn, and encourage a green vote.
Any further discussion? I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Harder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This would be an example of what I consider good governance. We have a situation that needs attention, and rather than rushing to make something solid, we've come together to do a short-term fix so we can work for a longer-term solution for all of our communities. So thank you, everybody, for working together on this. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moves to amend House Bill number 3431, the second engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A49.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Scott, the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, well, this amendment, much like the Minneapolis legislators reached a quote-unquote deal with Uber and Lyft, Minneapolis legislators reached a compromise on this language without ever talking to the residents of Minneapolis. Members, let me set the stage for you. Every city, as you know, that has anything to do with the Met Council in the 7-county metro area has to come up with a comprehensive plan every 10 years. Well, in Minneapolis's 2040 plan, they decided in all of their wisdom that they were going to take on adding 160,000 high-density homes in a city that's pretty much built out. And they decided to do this with much consternation from the residents of Minneapolis. And so what the residents of Minneapolis did is they took the city to court under a law that was established in the early 1970s called the Minnesota Environmental Rights Act, or MARA. So they take them to court several times, and every time the courts ruled on the side of the residents, yes, the city of Minneapolis needs to do an environmental study before they can move forward to this comprehensive plan. Even to the point of the Minnesota Supreme Court ruling 7-zip that the city of Minneapolis has to do this environmental before they can move forward with the 2040 plan. Well, lo and behold, in the file before us, in the House file before us, the bill before us, we have a carve-out that the legislators of Minneapolis and whoever else, I don't know, decided that we're going to go around the court's decision, we're going to go around what our constituents want, and we're going to change the law ourselves. So we're going to go do an end around the courts and an end around the citizens of Minneapolis. So my amendment, folks, deletes those sections of the bill that allow for that to happen. You know, we talk an awful lot about local control around here, but when local control isn't working for the citizens, it's going against them, and they have nothing left to do but go to the courts, and then the courts, not just once, twice, 6 times. 6 times the courts had said, yep, absolutely, the city of Minneapolis needs to do these environmentals. There have been a lot of really interesting Star Tribune articles about this issue. This is one that was from February 18th of this year. Minneapolis could save its 2040 plan with an environmental review. Here's why it isn't interested. And the subtitle is, rather than submit to environmental review, Minneapolis hopes to change state law to overcome the legal challenge that suspended its citywide development plan. Members, that's not why we don't exist to go around the courts for special interests. That's not why we're here. So members, I would ask that you vote green on this amendment, and I would stand for questions.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would encourage a no vote on this amendment. While I appreciate Representative Peggy Scott speaking for the residents of Minneapolis, what I would say about their comp plan is that it passed 12-1 after years of public input and has the support of the Minneapolis community. There are a few loud folks that did bring a lawsuit, and I just want to explain to folks why this clarification is so important, not just for Minneapolis, but for all of the cities in the metro area. Members, if you represent a city in the metro area, I encourage you to contact your city and your mayor to talk about this issue. This is an issue where the courts have created an issue that the legislature is called to clarify. For years, cities have been under the impression that their comp plans are exempt from full environmental review because comp plans are an idea. They're a vision for what their community wants to look like. When an individual project moves forward, that's when full environmental review is appropriate. And under MEPA, that has always been the case. Now, this lawsuit, the court said that because cities aren't specifically, since comp plans aren't specifically called out in MIRA, that MIRA should apply, creating this inconsistency. And so what we did is we worked with all of the cities, with environmental groups to try to hit that sweet spot, and we did. And I want to read a part of a letter from the Minnesota Environmental Partnership that this legislation accomplishes the twin goals of promoting sustainable urban planning and preserving our bedrock environmental laws. Members, this is a good bill for our cities, this is a good bill for our environment, and so I would encourage a no vote.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I stand in support of this A49 Representative Scott amendment. At the end of section 2, that is, the amendment is removing from the underlying bill, the local controls approved in accordance with those comprehensive plans and amendments of the last 2 sections. What we're doing here is, if maybe Representative Howard would yield for a question, is my understanding is with those 2 lines in there, we are retroactively approving and condoning action that was taken by the city of Minneapolis before we put this section 2 into the bill. Is that correct?
Representative Howard will yield to a question. Representative Howard.
Representative Koznick, the legislation in the amendment and the amendment to the amendment that we adopted would apply to the current comp plans and going forward.
Representative Koznick.
Thank you, and members. So I believe what we're doing is approving and condoning comp plans that were passed previous to the court case. And so what we have is a 2-tier justice system. If you can have your legislators come in and rework the laws, you'll get around the court systems. And you'd mentioned that we're getting involved in the city of Minneapolis's efforts, but in fact, a lot of the property owned in Minneapolis, as we've heard when we had the housing bill, is owned by people not necessarily eligible to vote in Minneapolis. They might live in any other part of the state or the country. And so it is incumbent upon all the legislature to be involved, and some of them are not actually eligible to influence the city council through the ballot box. So Representative Scott's amendment just kind of preserves some property rights, and I appreciate bringing the amendment forward. And so, members, I encourage you to vote green on the A49 amendment to protect property rights.
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, let's stand in support of the Scott Amendment. It's interesting that when things don't go your way in the courts, you go change the law. The courts have said that they have to do this, and now we're going backwards. In the metropolitan area, that is. I'm wondering if Representative Howard would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Johnson.
Representative Howard, looking at this and with the statute, this deals with the Met Council. I know in greatest part of Minnesota, outside the Met Council area, I believe that when cities do things like this and counties, they have to do the environmental study. Is that correct?
Representative Howard.
Madam Speaker, Representative Johnson, some cities, not all cities in greater Minnesota do comp planning. A lot of the larger cities do. This legislation is specific to the metro area. For all cities, if there's a specific project that moves forward, environmental review is appropriate, and that is the case under this bill. Previously, it'll be the same case if this bill and this language moves forward.
Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, Representative Howard, thank you for that information. Guess what? Every city has to do a comprehensive plan. Every county has to do one. They do them periodically. I know in my county, the county just got done doing theirs. My cities just got done doing theirs as well. And when the project requires an environmental impact study, they have to do it. But not if you're in the metro area by this bill. So thank you, Representative Scott, for pointing out that with this bill we have coming forward, we have a two-tiered system for our citizens in our cities and our counties. Those in the Met Council area, they get one rule where they don't have to do things, but those little cities and towns in greater Minnesota, they have to pay for it and do it. Please support the Scott Amendment.
I recognize the member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm hearing something that confuses me a little bit, because it was just Thursday when in the transportation bill, we asked for carve-outs for another environmental analysis. It was dealing with greenhouse gases, but it was an environmental issue, in which we tried to get a carve-out for at least could safety take a priority, or corridors of commerce for projects out in Greater Minnesota, and everybody was appalled that we would consider that. We certainly can't because it's so important. Now here we have another environmental study, and I understand that there's going to be slightly different environments talking about it, but it seems like that's kind of contradictory. It seems like, well, we want this to happen, but if it's something we don't really care about, or we understand that it's going to be more costly, which was the very reason why I tried getting the carve-outs in transportation, now all of a sudden it's okay. And so I think Representative Scott's amendment actually goes back to putting it in place with what you've already stated in this body as the majority's decision, that environmental statements and environmental analysis needs to take place. And so here's we got a situation where the constituents have said that we want to have this done. And again, those that were elected by them at a 12-1 maybe said they want to go against it. And so they said, well, let's just change the law. So maybe that gives me some hope that maybe in another year or two, we can change the law in regards to the greenhouse gases, because it seems like we are contradictory. Please vote for this and put it back into the law where it's supposed to be. If you are serious that you want environmental analysis to be done, don't be pickers and choosers, okay? Let's get this done the way it should be. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it needs to be clear that a lot of the statements that were just said are just completely inaccurate. Cities in the metropolitan area, including Minneapolis, will still have to undergo comprehensive plans, and we'll still have to have that. And all projects will continue to have to undergo environmental review. So to say that there's environmental review for some cities and not others is false. It's wrong. It's flat out wrong. It's also important to note that these projects will still undergo environmental review, period. Citizens will still have all of the same, citizens and residents will still be able to use MIRA, they'll still be able to use all of our existing laws to sue cities. This law just provides clarity that the comprehensive plans themselves are not what undergoes environmental review, it's the projects themselves that, I repeat, will still undergo environmental review. And to the idea that no one in Minneapolis was consulted about this, that's also completely inaccurate. I talked to my constituents, all of whom live in Minneapolis, every day about this. This is something that people bring up at the Home Depot, they bring up at the grocery store, they bring up when I'm riding the bus. It's something I'm getting constant emails about. It's probably when I talk to the other 10 members of the Minneapolis delegation, this is one of the #1 things we are hearing about from our constituents, who again are residents of Minneapolis. And so here are some of the organizations that support this bill. So it's the Bicycle Alliance of Minnesota, Clean Water Action, Climate Generation, Health Professionals for a Healthy Climate, the Land Stewardship Project, the League of Women Voters, Lutheran Advocacy, MCEA, the Minnesota Environmental Partnership, Minnesota Interfaith Power and Light, MN350, Move Minnesota, Pollinator Friendly Alliance, Resilient Cities and Communities, St. Paul Audubon Society, Sierra Club. All of those are very strong environmental groups who support environmental review and support environmental process here. It's also supported by many housing organizations. By adopting this amendment, we'll continue to block over 500 units of housing that are proposed to be built. So that's what this is. This is a block in housing, in addition to also just not being accurate. This is something that our cities are asking for. This language was worked on extensively with the League of Minnesota Cities and Urban Cities, and is supported by members across the metro area and the state of Minnesota. So I urge members to vote against the Scott Amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleveland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I believe my colleagues have been very clear about what these two amendments do, what the amendment does. But I just want to make one final statement that I'm going to ask members to please vote no against the Scott Amendment, because the amendments that we just put onto the bill do allow for more housing to be built while at the same time minimizing any damage to MIRA, which I think is important and is the goal that we're all trying to strive for. Thank you very much.
Further discussion. To the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, members, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I want us to think a bit about this in terms of a project where they're coming in and they're going to clear a forest. And is it better to clear the whole forest first, or wait, or is it better to wait till it's halfway cleared and then bring the lawsuit? Or is it better to do it at the front end? I would argue that it's better to do it at the front end. 160,000 units is a lot. That's a lot. Even if it is just a plan, it's just sort of a theory. Think of the infrastructure that is going to have to be built to accommodate that, and the environmental factors that may go into that. Folks, if you look at the language, I want you to notice what they're doing here. They're making this retroactive. So they've already passed their 2040 plan, so they're saying, you know, any city that's already passed their plan, you go to the last one that they did and got approved, and that's where it applies. We don't do that here. That was years ago, like back in 2018 or some, I don't know, it was back several years ago. That's not how we operate here. And again, we don't operate by going around the courts with legislation to try to get, I don't care what entity it is, to get around the courts. I can tell you that if they wanted to put, I know it's not scalable, but let's say they wanted to put 50,000 units in my town of Andover. They better darn well do the environmentals that are required before they start doing that and thinking about doing that. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Please have common sense, and let's remember who we are here.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. No. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Johnson moves to amend House File Number 3431, the second engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A48.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, this is a simple amendment. Now, we know there's three branches of government. The legislative, which is this body, and the other body across the other side of this building. We have the executive branch, the governor, his commissioners, and all those people that work there. And we have the judicial branch. Now, the legislative branch writes the laws. The executive branch enforces the laws, and the judicial branch interprets the laws. But unfortunately, that's not what's happening anymore. We write the laws, the executive branch enforces it, writes the rules, decides how that's going to be, and then the courts interpret it. But when they write rules over the executive branch, those rules are the same as laws. They do not have law-writing authority. I'd like to go farther with this amendment, but what this amendment requires is that once the rules are written, before they are published, and before they go into effect, those rules come back to this body, to the Committee of Jurisdiction for approval. It gives an opportunity for the committee and also the author of that bill and that law to make sure that what those rules are is what the intent was when that law was written. We also have issues where rules are being written that make making boards and commissions, giving them more authority than what was given in the law, because they're writing the rules to give themselves more authority. I think that's where this body, and at least that committee, should step in and say yay or nay. It's an opportunity to get our authority back that we gave away years ago. Members, I think this is important. It doesn't matter which body or which side of the aisle is in majority or minority, but it gives back the authority that this body and this legislative branch has. Please support the amendment.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I'm going to ask for a no vote. I do appreciate Representative amendment. However, under current law, the standing committees with jurisdiction can already vote to delay implementation of a rule for about a year until the end of the next legislative session. But they're not really able to block the agency rule entirely by refusing to approve it. What this amendment does is essentially eliminates all administrative governance. I just don't think that this is something that we should be doing, and so I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on the amendment. To the author of the amendment, Representative Johns.
Madam Speaker, members, I'm disappointed to hear that. Because right now, the only way we can stop it is both this body and the other body has to say no. It should be the other way around. We should say, yes, this is what it means. This is what we want. This is what we wrote down. This is what we passed. If we don't do that, we're not doing what we were elected to do. You're giving your authority to somebody else. You're giving your authority to the body, to a different branch of government. I was disappointed to hear what Representative Claiborne said about this. It'd be real simple. The committees can meet any time and say yay or nay, or just parts of it, where the rest can go in. But no, we don't want to do our duty. Madam Speaker, I request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Members, please support the amendment.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, nay.
Carroll, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no. Schultz.
Schultz, aye.
Schultz, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 yeas and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Joy moves to amend House Law Number 3431, the second engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A47.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Clay, Representative Joy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As much as I don't like spending money, we're having this bill, $445,000 dedicated to a green space at the Capitol. I'd rather see that money used more wisely. So with this amendment, what it does is it moves $445,000 for fiscal year 2025 to the county attorney's office in Becker County to go after the uptake in crime. Last year, we had 19 house burglaries in Detroit Lakes, and this year, in 4 months, we've had 14. So we have an uptick in crime, and I would like to see this used in Becker County to help with prosecution in the uptick in crime. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Joy moves to amend the Joy Amendment to House Law Number 3431, the second engrossment as amended, And the amendment to the amendment is coded A58.
Representative Joy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what this will do is the grant must be used to support victims of the burglaries. You know, in my district, there's been some uptick in crime, as I talked about in the last amendment, and this will support the victims. You know, what they can do if it's secure in their houses or what they, as the crime continues up. It helps them, you know, when things happen like this, people get scared in their houses. It's their actual protected space, and they actually rent rooms or leave their place until it's secure. And it costs people, as we all know, when you're broke into or your window's busted or your doors are broke into or anything, it costs you money to do those upgrades to get your house secure again so you can feel secure in your house. So what this will do is it just lets the victims of the crimes in Becker County use that money. So, and with that, I will request a roll call. Thank you.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm just going to encourage our side of the aisle to vote, well, all members to vote no on this. The bill does not contain any funding for any county attorneys. And instead of ruling this not germane, I'm just going to ask for a no vote. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I just want to thank Representative Joy for this bill. I think it's really a kind of a bear weather when it comes to the issues that are facing all Minnesotans. You know, we've seen, you know, in the news, we've seen, you know, in our local communities, the issues of crime, the issues that are facing folks all over this state. And, you know, oftentimes, you know, as rural members, you know, one of the questions I always get asked, they say, Chris, you know, when you go down to Minneapolis and St. Paul, you know, you see, you know, this kind of unique neighborhoods where the capital is at. Do you ever see crime? And of course, you know, I've not really seen a whole lot. Of course, we've all seen something. We all know someone that's maybe got a story, car getting broken into. You know, I've had my car broken into at least a couple of times since I've been in the legislature down here in St. Paul. And, you know, that does actually change. You know, one time we were at one of the zoos locally, I won't name, and a car was broken into, bags stolen out of it in the broad daylight. And of course, we don't know these culprits because, you know, crime often happens. And so coming from rural Minnesota, people ask. We've had teammates, my girls play on a basketball team, and they were playing in a basketball tournament up here. And we said, hey, if you're coming to this tournament, be sure you're taking your bags, bring them into the venue. You know, if there's a bag sitting on the seat, you know, there's a good chance that it's going to invite trouble. And lo and behold, the one friend who didn't listen, we get a phone call and says, hey, could we borrow $50? I said, what do you need $50 for? Well, my bags were in the car. I have no credit card. I can't get home. And that's a problem. And it's a real problem when that crime starts creeping out into our rural areas. Representative Joy, I know Becker County's seen an uptick. I think all of our counties have seen an uptick in crime. And it's a concern. It should be a concern for all of us. Well, I don't know this bill particularly, you know, what may be going on in Becker County that's newsworthy or whatnot, and why particularly Becker County and Detroit Lakes would be potentially the focus of this. But, you know, it should be a concern of all of ours. What do we do when people we know, people we trust, are affected by crime? Are we focused on the perpetrators and their rights and their responsibilities? Are we concerned about the victims, and do they fear the walls of their own home because of what happened? Do they fear taking a step out of their bed in the middle of the night? Are you forced to stay in a hotel after a crime because maybe the door's broken down or the windows are open, and there is nothing you can do to get your peace of mind back? Especially when the institutions that we most hold dear turn a blind eye. This legislature can make a small difference in a big way. This legislature had an opportunity to keep green space around the Capitol complex and chose to bulldoze it over. Folks, whether you're from rural Minnesota, whether you're from the metro area, the wants and needs, the ability to feel safe in our communities needs to be one of our greatest charges as legislators. This $400,000 to help victims of crime, I wish it would help the criminals also do their time. This amendment to the amendment that's before us, folks, will help one community who is suffering through a rash of crime, where the victims often are viewed in social media as the problem. The victimization of folks that are elderly, the victimization of folks that are just trying to live a quiet, private life. The victims who are thrust into the public eye, not by their own choosing, but by the choosing of a very few who represent so many. Representative Joy, I appreciate this amendment. I think we have a responsibility here as legislators to just make a difference, even if it's just for one community, even if it just helps one person who's been taken advantage of. I can't put myself in a victim's shoes in rural Minnesota, but I can put myself in victim's shoes here in Metro. And I'm concerned when the crime that when we drive home to our districts follows us home. From this chamber to someone's bedchamber, vote green.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Joy, for this amendment. Thank you for standing up for your community. You know, we do have in this bill some provisions, some other members standing up for their communities. Representative Stevenson standing up for the city of Anoka that doesn't want their new jail built in the city of Anoka, and so there's a special provision for Representative Stevenson's city. We talked about the special way that the Minneapolis delegation is taking care of their community. So thank you, Representative Joy, for taking care of your community. I'm sure if the timing of this had been different, maybe we would have been able to have a standalone bill earlier. Hopefully the majority would have recognized the importance of this issue in Becker County and given that a hearing. But I'm glad that we at least got to have this, that you brought this amendment forward for this. And thank you, Representative Swedzinski, for your comments. This is an important issue. It's an important issue for us to stand up on the side of crime victims everywhere, and in particular to make sure that the city or that the county attorney in Becker County has the resources it needs to protect crime victims there. You know, sometimes crime victims, especially burglary victims, they really need some help to help themselves feel secure in their homes. If you step out of your bed and trip over somebody, and you're worried that that person was there to do you harm, you need help sometimes, potentially, to navigate getting a harassment restraining order or protective order to help you feel safe in your home. If someone breaks in through your basement window, for example, you might need help doing more to secure your home. If that crime drags you into the public square, if there's news coverage about it, if the perpetrator is out there creating, bringing, issuing press statements
Point of
through
order,
their
Madam
lawyers.
Speaker.
It's your point of order.
Mason's 124 personalities, paragraph 1. Representative Niska is clearly referring to an individual, and as far as he's trying to tap dance around it, he's giving specific facts that are related to a specific incident, and that is personality. So I'd ask him to stick to the amendment.
Representative Niska, please stick to the issue that is before the body.
Clearly, I'm not good at this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
State your point of order.
Madam Speaker, once again, we've gone down the road of having this conversation. I don't know who it is that's being referred to, apparently. I think Representative Niska is talking about a hypothetical, and I'm just trying to figure out what specific injunction has been crossed. I don't know. Perhaps the majority leader can inform us as to what is it that triggered the use of Mason's 124, paragraph 1, if he would yield.
Representative Nash, this is a point of order. You asking another member to yield is not customary. I will not be ruling on this, and I will be asking to remind the body again to, boy, this is a really tricky one to sort of tap dance around, but I would like to remind the body to to stick to the matter that is in front of the body and the amendment that is before us.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And clearly, this is an important matter. And just because this is important because of recent news events does not make this issue and the reason for this any less important. And Madam Speaker, this amendment is important for us as a legislative branch to support. Representative Joy, thank you for bringing this forward. I've heard a lot from constituents about their concerns about the potential path that the legislative branch is headed down and the disrepute that could be brought to the branch as a whole. And so I think we, as a legislative branch, have frankly, a special obligation to the victims of Becker County, to the victims of burglary in Becker County. And I think it's very important that because of that, we vote in favor of the Joy Amendment, despite the majority leader's feeling that I did a bad thing.
I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, and yes, Representative Joy, this is a good amendment. Here's one of the reasons from a very practical sense. Over the several years I've served as an EMT, some of the most difficult runs that I've been on is when there's been a dispute, criminal and domestic, among families. There's a lot of emotions. People are scared, especially when it happens at night, because it seems like those runs, when they happen at night, the moon's not out. And I don't know if you've ever been outside when the moon's not out. It's basically pitch dark, almost black dark. So the emotions get high, people get scared, and I've been on many situations that sharp objects been put into a body, and that's not safe. So this is a very good bill in regards to help victims of crime. I wish we would have something in my neck of the woods, but this would be a good start. Thank you, Representative Joy.
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, Representative Joy, thank you for this amendment. Looks like a good pilot project. Now, I could talk about what happened to a member of the other body, but I'm not going to. I'm going to be talking about burglaries. I've handled quite a few myself. I've solved a few. Reminds me of a couple stories. Search warrant I did, City of Braham, many years ago. We had 5 different counties there doing the search warrant. We had property from, I believe it was 85 different burglaries in this one small apartment, not much bigger than our offices over at the State Office Building. Over 80 different burglaries the property was from. Now, we couldn't charge those individuals with the burglaries. All we could do is charge them with possession of stolen property. We know they did a lot more burglaries in the 5-county area. They were all over the place. My wife is also, as a young girl, victim of a burglary. To this day, if I hadn't put battery-operated locks on my doors, when I went outside to do some work, I'd get locked out of the house. My house is like Fort Knox because she's still petrified that something's going to happen. They never did catch the person that burglarized her home as a young girl. I believe it was 3 times. Now, as I say, Saanich County deputy had another burglary right next to her home where she grew up, her grandmother's house. She was petrified for years after that as well. But the worst part about that one was they had her grandmother's furniture that was destroyed by the burglar. It's irreplaceable. Representative Joy, I like the idea of these grants for these people because what they can use them for is for the repairs, but also to get alarm systems and do other things to secure their house so it doesn't happen again. Now, burglars do some strange things. One thing they do look at is the obituaries in the paper. Because with the obituaries, it tells you when the funeral is. Guess what? Family members aren't going to be home at that time. It could be the place of a family member. It could be the place that the decedent lived. Representative Joy, thank you. I know the people of your county, the officers up there are working hard to solve these burglaries, but it's difficult. Generally, a person can do 60 to 80 burglaries before they get caught and convicted of one. Now, if I read correctly in the city of Minneapolis, Minneapolis PD is not even responding to these anymore. They're not responding to property damage. It's turning into the wild, wild west. I just thank God that I do live in the greatest part of Minnesota. Members, please support this amendment.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, thank you so much for the support for fundings for victim services. It's a really important topic, and it's why I know Chair Moeller has prioritized that in the public safety budget bill, which is to come. So I'm excited. I think you may be aware nearly $10 million of funding for victim services in that bill. So looking for a unanimous green vote on the public safety budget bill that is to come with such important funding for victim services.
State your point of order.
Masons reminds us to keep our comments to the bill before us. We are not to be discussing bills coming in the next days or two to try to influence that. And so I would appreciate that the representative actually is out of order, but if you could just remind the body, I think that'd be appropriate.
Members, to confine your remarks to the matter that is before the body. Representative Pinto.
Thank you so much. Yes, and speaking to legislation, members, this amendment is very different from the funding that is to come, and so would urge members to vote this down and certainly to continue to support victim services funding as you get a number of opportunities to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Joy, I think this is an important amendment that you are doing a service to your community. And I think, as was mentioned, this might be a good kind of a pilot. It is one-time spending taken from a different area that's already been spent. And if you look at the underlying bill, if there's extra money left over, there will still be money left over for the green space and the parking lot. But you know, some law enforcement agencies are more experienced dealing with upticks in crime. And I think in your case, if Representative Joy would yield for a question,
He will yield to a question. Representative Koznick.
Thank you. I know that in some areas, certain types of crimes are more prevalent than others. Representative Joy, are we talking like a petty misdemeanor? Sometimes in suburban areas that I represent, sometimes we just kind of get some small property crimes, people stealing campaign signs or maybe toilet paper in a house, that kind of stuff, sometimes petty misdemeanor. But then also there's the more serious crimes. Are we talking about petty misdemeanors or felonies that are more prevalent in Becker County right now?
Representative Joy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Koznick. I'm talking more of the felony burglaries that's going on, the first degree. And those numbers I gave are all felony burglaries that's going around. And I'm focusing more on the felony part of that. So thank you.
Representative Koznick.
Well, thank you. Well, felonies, members, felonies are upticking, and it could be anywhere from, a district that we represent, more in the metro, it could be Woodbury, it could be Becker County, and we're not just doing little petty misdemeanor crimes that we're seeing an uptick in. So it's important to address felony level crimes, felony level burglary. And I want to share a story. A guy I know that is a former Hennepin County sheriff but lives in my district. His neighbor had let the dog out. And I've got two very similar stories about 2 miles apart, but if you know Lakeville, we've got the Interstate 35 comes through town. And so it invites easy access for those that would do felony level crimes, felony burglary, to come into our community and kind of cruise and case out the neighborhoods because you can easily get there, get into a neighborhood in a subdivision, check out the subdivision, and then get away real easily and get back on the freeway and a little harder to catch quickly. But so anyways, the neighbor kid went out and walked the dog and for some reason forgot to shut the garage door. And so we had a group of people coming in to do felony burglary, and they were checking for unlocked cars. This home happened to have an unlocked garage door. Just after dark, it wasn't super late in the total dark of night, but it was about 10, 11 o'clock. But you might have needed a flashlight. But they came in and they saw the garage door was unlocked. The car in the garage was also unlocked, but the keys weren't in it. And so what they did is they snuck in. I don't know if they were crawling along the floor, but they snuck in that back service door in the garage, and they found the keys. And then they snuck back out, grabbed the keys, put them in the car, and drove off with the car. Felony level theft. And the only reason the homeowners knew is because they happened to have, the dog was upstairs with the homeowners, and the dog started barking, and sure enough, the homeowner went and checked it out, and the car was gone. But they were home, and their safety was violated. And if you've ever had anything stolen from you, even if it was just something minor, a laptop or a phone or something, you feel violated. But when someone comes in and enters your home and steals something from you, not only is it violating, but it's also a very dangerous situation. What if the mom or the dad or the homeowner, the son, was right in the kitchen, or I think the laundry room was right off of the garage door entrance, and these brazen criminals, felony level criminals, doing felony level burglary, what if they would have intersected right in the back of the house there? Was there a gun? Was there any other blunt instrument? Would there have been a confrontation? And more than just getting in a wrestling match and trying to stop them, what if they would have whacked them over the head with the flashlight, knocked them out? So it's a very dangerous situation, and rightfully so. It's not a petty misdemeanor, gross misdemeanor. those are real, live situations that unfortunately happen far too often. And so taking a little bit of the money inside the bill for a green parking lot to help protect communities that are facing upticks of felony level burglary is important. And you would think that story that I told you in the one neighborhood about 2 miles from mine, if that wasn't close enough, I live a little closer to the freeway. And one day I live at the bottom of the hill, came up top of the hill to leave the neighborhood, and one of the neighbors was up there. She's got 3 little daughters, and they were kind of walking. It's like 8:30 in the morning. They were kind of walking, but the mom was way up ahead, and the kids were just crying. And the youngest one, I think, was only about 7. And so I was kind of concerned. I slowed down, like, what happened? And she was crying, and then the mom came back. And I'm like, did you know your daughter's like crying? And she's like, yeah. She's upset because last night my husband let the dog out and forgot to shut the garage door. Her car was in the garage, and unfortunately she actually left the keys in it. So they didn't have to sneak in on their belly and into the house and search for the keys, maybe next to their bed or whatever. But so they just were checking unlocked cars. This one had it in the garage, but the keys were in the car. So not only did they get any goods that were in the car, you know, some Tupperware, no laptops, but as they were leaving the neighborhood, they were chucking things that weren't very valuable. And the 7-year-old had kind of like a little Fitbit looking watch. And the burglars, felony burglars, were chucking stuff out the window because they thought maybe it had a tracking device on it. And so the daughter, the little 7-year-old, was crying because her little watch was stolen, and it didn't have a tracking device on it, but that's what they determined why they threw it out in the middle of the road. And so the 7-year-old was quite upset, as well as you can imagine the rest of the family. And that was pretty late at night, and the reason we know is because the other neighbors had Ring door cameras, and you could see somebody driving slowly, a car, and then other kids, they did find them. They were like 14 and 15-year-olds. They were running up and down the neighborhood, checking any cars that were parked outside to see if they were unlocked, and then they could go in and steal something. Now, I'd have to ask probably somebody on the Civil Law Committee if stealing something out of a car, if that's a felony. I think it's because when you do burglary, if you're inside and somebody's present, that raises it to the level of a felony burglary instead of maybe a gross misdemeanor or petty misdemeanor. But that Ring camera could see the car going slow and the people running up and down the driveways checking the different cars until they hit the jackpot with the garage door open and the keys in the one neighbor's car. And so I think this amendment in the funding could go a long ways to help victims of felony level burglary. And it is, you know, we might not take it totally serious here, but it is very serious. It's very serious for those families, and there's something that should be taken very seriously both in this chamber and the other chamber of anybody that would do that and put themselves in that situation, because it is, somebody could have been seriously hurt, or maybe that was the intentions, I don't know. But luckily for my neighbors, and we have seen it in Lakeville, so we do have a little bit more experience in tracking down those perpetrators. If you're gonna steal a car, you might not wanna steal, it was a newer VW SUV, I don't know the exact brand, but they actually had a tracking device in it. And so our law enforcement department worked, the homeowner tracked it through VW, and they called Lakeville Police, St. Paul Police, and they found him in St. Paul.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
State your point of order.
Madam Speaker, this has gone pretty far afield from burglaries in Becker County, and so I would ask that the members stick to burglaries.
Just a reminder to the body that debate must be confined to the question before the body. Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. We are talking about is taking money in the bill and using it to help fight felony crime. And so my remarks are very well confined and relevant to the bill in front of us in the A47 amendment and House File 3431. And so we can talk about this all night long. We'll get done sooner if we're not interrupted. But that is very serious.
Representative Kosnick, just to remind you, we are not on the A47. We are on the amendment to the amendment, the A58.
Oh, thank you. The A58 to the A47. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is correct. That was one amendment to the amendment off, but still in the same combined amendment. But using this funds is a good start. But I think the legislature, this body, and the legislature overall can do a lot more to say felony level burglary, break-in and entry, theft, rising crime, those that perpetrate it. We can do a lot more and need to do a lot more, and we need to do it now so that these victims can have some justice, and all Minnesotans can know that the legislature takes felony level burglary and those that perpetrate it very seriously, and it shouldn't be tolerated here in this chamber or in this legislature. So thank you, Representative Joy. Members, I hope I gave you two examples of why you should support Representative Joy's amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Joy, thanks for bringing this amendment that focuses on the victims of felony. You know, a few years ago, we did a study. Actually, it was the Sentencing Guidelines Commission that did the study, and what they found is a statewide average, just for felonies, that there were downward departures in 40% of the cases, statewide. 40% of the cases of felonies. This isn't downwardly departing. This isn't knocking down something from a gross misdemeanor to a misdemeanor. Not that. This is felonies where they were supposed to be given jail or prison time, and the prosecutor or the judge downwardly departed. I hope that isn't a common occurrence in Becker County, especially with what's happened recently there. But the other part of this issue is the victims. And when I was first married, my husband traveled a lot for his work, and we lived out in an area where everybody pretty much lived on an acre of land. And the closest neighbor to me, I didn't have any neighbor to the north, I only had a neighbor to the south, and they didn't have any windows on that side of their home that faced mine. And I'm just thinking, if anything ever does happen here, nobody's gonna see it. It was just like 5 miles out of town, that sort of thing. And so our bedroom was upstairs, but there was an entrance to the attic upstairs through the closet, and then you could get from there down through the garage, and that was in my mind, I had played that out. I'm gonna get the clothes hamper, I'm gonna stand on the clothes hamper, I'm gonna get up in the attic, I'm gonna go out through the garage. And that's the kind of thing that runs, and I hadn't even been a victim. But that's the kind of thing that went through my mind as someone, a woman home alone when my husband traveled. And so I could only imagine true crime victims of someone that feels so violated, especially an elderly person, a vulnerable person, living at home alone, and the trauma that would ensue from an incident like what has happened out in your district. And it's not just the, repairing the window or whatever. This person may need to get some help, some counseling, so that they feel safe in their home again. And, all kidding aside, that's a very real thing. And, I read the transcript of the recent victim when one of the
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
State your point of order.
Masons 124, in debate, a member must confine remarks to the question before the House and avoid personalities.
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
I will address the point of order first. The point of order, I'm going to remind the members to confine debate. Debate must be confined to the question before the body. Representative Koznick, for what purpose do you rise?
I rise as a point of information. Whose personality is being questioned? I'm not sure that's clear to the body because it's not clear to me.
Representative Koznick, that is not a point of information. Representative Scott, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, in a situation where there's an elderly victim living home alone, where someone has come into her home in the middle of the night or whenever, especially if they're home, it's just got to leave a devastating mark. I personally can't imagine being able to sleep again for a very long time in my own home. And so I do hope that these funds are put to good use, Representative Joy, and that any victim of such a crime would receive the help that they need, not just physical help to their home, but any psychological help that they may need moving forward to feel safe in the place where we're supposed to feel the safest. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, members. This has been a really good discussion, a really important discussion. When I think about particularly our rural counties, we don't have a significant tax base. And it is actually difficult to fund things like our county attorney's offices. We just don't have the same tax base that metro counties have. And as I looked at this and I looked at your amendment to the amendment, as important as it is to fund our county attorneys and ensure that they have the resources they need to prosecute crime, I think about the victims. Because frankly, we have an obligation. They have to fund their county attorneys, but often the victims are left behind. Figuratively and literally, they are the ones who are left behind. And when we're talking about things like first-degree burglary, first-degree burglary is contingent upon three things. One, either someone is home in the house. So you are breaking into a home where someone is sleeping perhaps in the middle of the night. Someone is home. You are not breaking into an empty house, an empty store, or something else. When you break in, there is someone there. That's terrifying enough. Of course, the other options are that you actually assault someone or you do so with a weapon. So perhaps the least of these is just that somebody is home when you break in, when you commit your first-degree burglary. But when I say perhaps it's one of the least of these, imagine being that victim. Imagine being that victim. Imagine being woken up in the middle of the night, not knowing what's going on, and there is someone in your home. There is someone in your home, and you don't know who that person is. Perhaps that person is in your bedroom. I cannot imagine the terror that that would invoke. I cannot imagine it. After my husband died, I had many years where I would sleep with the hallway light was always on. My door was closed, but I could see the light under the door because I just was more comfortable that way. I would often, usually, I would go to sleep with the TV on because the silence was a little too much. And every little noise I heard, it made me nervous. I'm an almost 50-year-old woman still afraid of the boogeyman. Or woman. That's right, or boogie woman. That's exactly right. But that was the discomfort I had just living my life as a single woman. I'm still the one who, as I turn the lights out, I have to run to wherever I'm going in the house. So with those fears already in me, I cannot fathom waking up to someone in my bedroom. I cannot fathom the terror that that would cause. And I know we're skirting around things tonight. We're making a point. But that's no joke. That is not a joke. Waking up in the middle of the night, getting out of bed and stepping on a human being is terrifying. That is terrifying. And that kind of terror does not just go away. That does not just go away. So while we might be skirting around things a little bit tonight, this is a serious issue. This is serious. And there are people in Becker County tonight that are terrified. That are terrified. So, this amendment pulls $445,000 out of this appropriation that, I don't know, goes to help this area, once again helping the Capitol complex, as though $730 million wasn't enough to deal with the Capitol complex. We need another $5 million or whatever it is in this bill to deal with it. So really that $445 million is not a ton. And while I'm really glad that this amendment to the amendment is sending that to the victims, and I sure hope victims see some of this money, see some of these resources, perhaps it could pay for things like a security system, more secure locking windows, so that someone can feel safe in their home. But I hope that the Becker County Attorney's Office also still has the resources it needs, because they have a prosecution to mount. They have to take care of business too. Because while it would be nice and we need to support the victims of crime, we also need to ensure that criminals, actual criminals, are prosecuted. We need to make sure that actual criminals are prosecuted. Representative Whitty and I were talking a minute ago. It's like OJ, right? If the glove fits, you must acquit. In this situation, if the sock fits, you must convict. Let's vote for the amendment.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we've been listening for quite a long time here to how this is so serious and talking about crime victims. And, you know, crimes are serious. Felonies are very serious. And, you know, I'm listening to this talking about a certain kind of felony in one county, and I'm not going to ask anybody to yield here, but I can't stop but wonder if some other felonies aren't really a lot more serious and can create a lot more harm, and why we aren't aiming some of our interest at those felonies. For example, if you were falsifying business records to hide paying hush money to a porn star in order to sway an election, that's pretty serious, and that's a felony. I'm just waiting for somebody to say that I'm out of order here, because we've been listening to a lot of out of order stuff for a long time, but it's talking about crimes that aren't nearly as serious as felonies that are charged against somebody who's running for a very high office, who is being supported by many of the members in this chamber. And I am really tired of the hypocrisy of listening to this. It's pretty serious to have felonies charging somebody with possession of classified documents and obstructing efforts
Point of order,
to
Madam
retrieve
Speaker.
them.
State your
I'm
point
done,
of
Madam
order.
Speaker.
Madam Speaker, she should not invoke President Biden's name like that.
Members, we will have order in this chamber. I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I live in a small town, and a lot of us come from small towns, and yes, that sounds like the John Mellencamp or John Cougar Mellencamp. Don't remember when he was doing that, but Representative Joy, your amendment to the amendment, I think, speaks very clearly to something that we all should take seriously. And then there's been some not so serious conversation, but I'm going to try to land the plane here. I door knocked in a small town my first time running for state representative, and I made it a point to door knock every city and everywhere that I could. And by the time that I had been on one side of that city and made it to the other side, everybody knew. So they would pick up the phone and say, the guy running for state representative is here. And by the time I got over to the other side, they opened the door and they said, oh, I knew you were coming. I'm so glad that you're here. Small towns operate that way. So if you are in a small town, and Waconia is a small town, and when things happen there, it makes it through very fast. And you know, the idea that something has happened is valid, and we should talk about that. And this is not going on the bill. I know that for a fact. But I think the conversation is a very good one to have, and we should talk about that, and we should talk about what is the impact on a community when something like this happens, because it does indeed, to Representative New Brindley's and others' comments, that when something like this happens, it really stays in your mind for a very long time and doesn't go away. And Chair Pinto, I will listen very closely to the bill. I don't know that I'll vote for it, but victims are something that we should consider. And there was a victimization that happened, and that we all know who we're talking about. But Representative Joy's amendment to the amendment, you know, small town, once again, John Cougar Mellencamp, one of my favorite songs, because I take very seriously that I am from a small town. I'm not a city kid. I live, breathe a small town, to where you can go to the grocery store and you know people there, and you see them at the coffee shop and you see them around town. That's how small towns work. And that's a big deal. So, Representative Joy, your amendment to the amendment, I think, is a good conversation for us to be having. Because we can't ignore what happened. And you can say, oh, we shouldn't talk about that now, we shouldn't talk about that here, we shouldn't talk about that, but we have to talk about it eventually. So I think that the conversation starter is important. We cannot ignore that here. We cannot ignore these types of behaviors. We have to think of victims, because, and then I'll be done so you don't have to rule me out of order or anything, but think about the abject terror that person that we've been hinting at went through that night. And it happened in a small town, and there are probably other people in that small town that may have experienced that in the past, and now they're reliving it. Like if you've been a victim, like a lot of us here have, you talk about things, it dredges memories up, and it brings things back to your mind. So I think that this is a good conversation to have. Members, thank you.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was born in a small town, actually, in Indiana, so appreciate those references. But that aside, I am going to recommend a no vote on this. I have looked at this language, and I just don't understand why first of all, there's a way that victims programs get funded in the state of Minnesota, and that is through the Office of Justice programs through the Department of Public Safety. We have victim advocacy programs in all of the counties across our state. I looked it up, and in Becker County, there is the Lakes Crisis and Resource Center. They provide victim services, domestic violence, sexual assault, general crime. And so I don't know why we would do something outside of the normal method of how we fund these programs. And as Representative Pinto mentioned, we will be hearing a bill later that directly addresses the funding needs of these programs across our state. But I look at this amendment to the amendment, and it just says victims of burglary. You're leaving out victims of murder. You're leaving out victims of sexual assault. You're leaving out victims of domestic violence. You're leaving out victims of child abuse because you're focused on just on burglary. And to another point that was made about making sure that victims are paid back for things that are damage that is done in therapy and those sorts of things. Well, we have a process in Minnesota for reparations. We also have a process for restitution. So for all of those reasons, this amendment to the amendment is not right, and I'm going to recommend that members vote no. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the Representative Joy's amendment for several reasons. Certainly, we got to take care of the victims, and I'll just tell a story quickly. Last year, my son was a page here in Ramsey County. So, Representative Joy, I wish that your amendment actually included more than just Becker County, because here in Ramsey County and other counties, we have crime, rampant crime as well. Remember the crime dog McGruff? He was a bloodhound, and it was 1980 was the year that they used this dog to take a bite out of crime, and it was to make crime awareness, and it was very successful. It lets citizens know that they should be aware of crime, to leave lights on, to have cameras available if necessary, and to watch out for one another. Last year, my son was a page, and when he came down on Sunday night, I told him, well, you can park at the Kelly Inn, it's now the Capitol Ridge. I parked there many times over my 14 years here. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. He had a brand new car. Well, it wasn't a brand new car, but it was to him. And his first night here was broken into, smashed the window, and they stole all his items in his car, all the change and his insurance card. When we called the St. Paul police, they basically said, I'm sorry, there's nothing much we could do. We have much more serious crime that we have to prosecute and to research and try to investigate. So, right here in Ramsey County, Representative Joy, we have a lot of crime as well. When you let a petty misdemeanor or a misdemeanor go, it evolves into even a further crime. We have to be tough on crime. I only rise just to share that story because I did share it last year, but it's worthy to note that our pages here, the high school program, they're in 11th grade, we need to make sure that they are safe. Now, our sergeant of arms at the time and her crew was fantastic. They were very attentive to what happened. So was Steve Munoz. He helped me clean up all the glass and all the mess that was at my son's car. But you're right, Representative Scott. The elderly are certainly, we have to make sure that they are feeling safe, but so too our youth. What an experience that he had here in St. Paul. His first night, car broken into and vandalized and stolen items out of the car. And nothing could be done. No money for the victim. Cost us money to put a new window in. And police couldn't do anything. So when we're dealing with crime, folks, I'm afraid there's one side of the aisle here that traditionally in our nation hasn't been very tough on crime. Maybe not in this body here, but certainly in our prosecutors and our district attorneys, and so on and so forth, who's prosecuting crime, and they're not doing a very good job of it. Because once you let a small crime happen, it'll only escalate to bigger crimes, such as what happened in Becker County. And if we, first of all, Representative Joy, I'm not in favor of spending any more money this year. We've already spent too much money last year. We're at $70-some billion for a 2-year budget. When I got elected, it was $34 billion. Now we're at $72 billion. So we shouldn't spend any money this year, except for a bonding bill for important projects. So, but I'll support your bill because we do need to help the victims of crimes. And we continue to let people off the hook. It'll escalate as we see what happened in Becker County and other counties. We have to be tough on crime. Take a bite out of crime, Madam Speaker, like the dog McGruff. So Representative Joy, I don't like to spend any money in the non-budget year. That's been my vote for the last 14 years. I think it's irresponsible to spend more money on a supplemental budget bill unless it's absolutely necessary. And in this particular case, it just might be necessary, Madam Speaker.
To the author of the amendment to the amendment, Representative Joy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, everybody, for the great speech tonight on the amendment. You know, with this amendment, what it does, I heard a lot of discussion tonight about, studying what we need to do, and maybe next year we'll study this about getting more money for like Becker County prosecution, like that. My problem with that and why I didn't expand this bill is I don't agree with Mary Moriarty with her position, so I wouldn't give her more money. So that's a problem why I didn't expand this. But, when a victim of crime happens, and when we should expand it to more than just burglaries in Becker County and outside the area. But when a victim of crime happens, when that victim has to stay in a hotel or get the house secure, and they end up back in their house, and that criminal is still wandering the streets, they either got to get restraining orders or they got to do something to protect themselves. And so I look forward to working on this down the road here, and I will withdraw my roll call, and I appreciate a yes vote on this.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment say aye. Any opposed say no. The motion does not prevail and the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. To the underlying amendment. Discussion.
Thank you.
Representative Joy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just request a yes vote on this too. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, although a roll call was requested, is the roll call withdrawn? There was no roll call. Thank you. There being no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 3431, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A51.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the bill, Chair Cleavorn, in Section 5, lines 7.28 and forward, there's a conversation or there's language about parking lot C. We're gonna make it pretty, and pretty's fine. Pretty is always aesthetically pleasing, and the Capitol is certainly a beautiful place. As we know, all you have to do is walk through. But a couple of years ago, I was struck in committee about the utility of a program, and in the amendment, it's called the Healthy Eating Here and at Home grant. If you've ever used this, and I actually watched this being used at a farmer's market on University up near my favorite bakery, Trung Nam. I don't know what member has that in their district, but go, spend a lot of money there and eat a lot of croissants. But I watched this because I was feeding my fixation on buying jalapeno peppers because I make my own Chipotle every year, and I was running low. But was watching people use their cards for that program, and they were getting fresh food. They were getting great produce. They were taking that home to their families, and they were making a difference. And we fought for this. Representative Keel, was that 4 years ago, 5 years ago? I don't remember, but we pushed for it in committee. It's a great program. Now, here's my take on this. The somebody did something good. The capillary restoration is complete. The SOB is underway, and it's going to be made pretty. But I would rather take this money and tell people we'd like you to eat well. Because what we've seen, if you go to the store, if you go to a grocery store in any community, things are getting more expensive. Inflation has really made it difficult for people to feed their families well. Not every family is like my own that has a raised bed garden, or I think I'm on tap to build my wife's 10th or 12th raised bed garden boxes once we're done here. But a lot of families can really benefit from this. So the goal of this amendment is to put some money towards something that's going to be better for the average Minnesotan. You know, a parking lot, sure, nice. We're going to park cars there. I don't need to walk through there and feel like I'm walking through a vernal wood. I honestly am going to park a car there and then go do the thing that I came to do while I'm at that building. But I would rather put my vote behind something that says we fed people. And I would request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm trying to decide how I want to go here. There is nothing in this bill about healthy eating here at home. We did fund this program to a great extent last year, as you well know, and unfortunately, at that time, there were members of this body who were not supportive of that funding. What I would say, members, is that I like to keep my word, and a member of the aisle last year asked me when we were passing the state government bill if I would ensure that we retained green space. And so this appropriation is in honor of that representation that I made on the floor at that time, that I would ensure that the green space be protected and that the parking lot be redone. And so with that, members, I'm going to ask for a no vote.
Discussion to the A51 amendment. To the author of the amendment, Representative Nash.
Thank you for your support.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
There you go.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no. Schultz.
Schultz, aye.
Schultz, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 yeas and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 3431, the second and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A52.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We tried really hard with the last for the $445,000, and I won't belabor this, but I would like to use that $445,000 in fiscal year 25 to spiff up the Leif Erikson Park. If you've looked out your window, and if you're on my side of the state office building, it reminds me of the Shawshank Redemption. Leif is in solitary confinement. He is in a box. And when that box is taken off, there will be no trees there. And I feel a little bit like the Lorax, that I have to advocate for the planting of trees, but that's a big dig, and it should have some level of beautification that goes into that. And you know, it's really hard to replace mature trees, and I think that's regrettable. As a guy that spends a lot of time in the fall in mature trees in a metal tree stand, there's great value there. And for those of us on our side and for you that hunt, that's amazing stuff. But I think that this would be, rather than beautify a parking lot, it would be better to put it into that park around Leif Erikson, because think of his shock when those wooden panels come off. And he's just going to be really surprised at the beauty that was ripped out from the community that's around him. So I appreciate your support on this and would urge a green vote.
I recognize the member for Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the fact that Lead Nash would like to spend more money on the beautification of the new space for the state office building when that's finished, but I don't believe that we need to add $445,000 more dollars. So members, I'll ask for a no vote.
Further discussion. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no. Schultz.
Schultz, aye.
Schultz, aye. Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 yeas and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 3431, the second and Grossman as amended, and the amendment is coded A41.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request a roll call on the A41.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So in line 7.5, there is a $4.8 million transfer appropriation to the City of St. Paul for, as we talked about it in committee, it is for Capital Area Architectural Planning Board and Commissioner must expend money for Capital Area Community and Vitality. I believe we used the word in committee that it was for community voices.
Send her some copies.
And the chair can correct me if that's incorrect. But effectively, we're going to spend $4.8 million for the City of St. Paul Planning and Economic Development to make subgrants to the Community Vitality Grant Program to support Community Voices Initiative. It's right there on line 7.7. And what I would like to do with this is just simply delete it and let it go back to the general fund. And if the author of the underlying bill would yield, Madam Speaker?
Are you asking for Representative Cleavorn to yield? She will yield. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Chair Cleavorn, we did talk about, and it has Community Voices Initiative in there. Your stated goal in committee around this $4.8 million to the City of St. Paul was to, if I remember correctly, and my vision is coming back in my eye from my migraine, so thanks to Amanda Tinsley for the help there. But if I remember correctly, this was to help folks who are in the City of St. Paul understand how to bring businesses nearer to the Capitol complex and to operate commercially around this space, if she would yield to that question.
Representative Cleavorn.
Madam Speaker, I want to make a clarification. Community Voices Initiative is not an organization. The 2023 state government bill, actually I think it was in the economic development bill, had a provision where they granted $5 million to the capital area for revitalization and economic development. So the appropriation of the $5 million was last year. We both agree on that. Over the period of the interim, the Community Vitality Task Force met. They put together a work plan, and through that work plan, there are various activities that would occur in the capital area that would help spur redevelopment and preservation of the community and uplift the community that has been neglected for quite some time. And it is the voices of the community members that have come together, the businesses, the churches, the people, the entities that have interest in the community to decide how best to improve the community and to lift it up. And that is what you are calling the Community Voices Initiative. So I encourage members to support this, and it's very important that we work to improve the area that we come into and use every day.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Cleavorn. One other question for the chair, if she would continue to yield.
She will yield, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the line 7.8, it says the city may retain amounts for grants administration and oversight. You know that I'm kind of a hawk on grant oversight retention. Can you tell us what the amount of that would be? Because that is very, 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 I think that's four varies to germane to the bill, as we have talked about for many, many years about what percentage will get peeled off of this $4.8 million to administer these grants.
Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you. And if you will recall, last year in the state government bill, we set 5% for non-competitive, 10% for competitive.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I won't belabor how many would be competitive and how many would not be competitive because we don't know. So, but it could be a lot of money for grant administration. And, you know, I'm not crazy about the 10%, but the whole goal here is my paradigm, and I believe the paradigm of many that might be here is, if I were a business owner in St. Paul, I would advocate for myself without the expenditure of $4.8 million. I don't need $4.8 million to be expended to have a meeting, maybe at a coffee shop or Casetas. We could go to Casetas. I love Casetas. We could go there. We don't need $4.8 million to say, hey, Representative Hudson, owner of the ABC business, how would you like to interact in this space and develop, and I'm not asking him to yield, but how would you like to interact in this space? You don't need to spend $4.8 million to advocate for doing business in and around the community. As a very interested business owner, and as you remember, I sold my business. I'm a recovering business owner. I'm happy to be in that recovery. But I would advocate for my own business on my own nickel to make sure that I could find a way to advance the interests of my business. I didn't need someone to get together and have a coffee clatch to talk about how do we improve our situation. So the amendment is simply to delete this, and I believe I asked for a roll call. And with that, I would appreciate your green vote.
Further discussion. The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Cleavorn yield for a question?
She will yield, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It sounds like this task force has already met, and so I'm wondering if clearly the funding, they decided that would most appropriately be distributed through the City of St. Paul. I'm wondering if you can tell us about some of the initiatives that they have thought would be a good idea for this funding.
Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there is on the CAP Board website the entire report that you can go and read for yourself. And they have a number of initiatives that they have listed that they would like to do. And what will happen is members from the community will come forward to the CAP Board, pitch their idea, And then the CAP board will recommend several of them to go forward to the St. Paul Department of Economic Development. And there they will be vetted to see if they meet the criteria set for use for these grants. And if they do, then those initiatives will be funded.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So it sounds like the task force has met. They've made decisions, but we don't actually know how they want to spend the money. We'll look at that. It sounds like they don't actually know how to spend the money. What I heard was that we want to work to improve the area that we legislators come into and use every day. This feels so self-interested. This feels so self-interested that we want this area that we come into every day, we want this to be nice. It's also unfortunate because I think we can all look to things that have happened to this community in recent years, and we can identify some of the problems, like putting light rail straight down University Avenue and all the businesses that were killed when Democrats did that. But this is the theme, right? This is the theme for our Democrat colleagues. Cause a problem, then spend more money to fix a problem. That's what this is. You caused a problem, and now you are going to try to fix a problem. And forgive me for not really trusting that you're going to fix a problem. But I don't trust that you're going to fix a problem. It's just not likely. And we all know how this is going to go down. We all know how this is going to go down. We're sending $4.8 million now to the city of St. Paul, and it's going to be distributed out in little grants to different nonprofits. It's going to pay for lots of additional executive directors of nonprofits, and nothing is really going to happen. They'll probably spend it to like build statues or something, because that's how we waste money around here. That's going to improve the community, right? If we just build a statue. That's the kind of stuff we see from these kinds of programs. But we rarely actually see improvements to the communities. It's all window dressing. It's all window dressing. That's what we do. And I have no doubt that this will be the same. So let's support the Nash Amendment. Let's get rid of the window dressing. We don't need $5 million to make people feel better. It would be great if we were spending $5 million to actually make an impact on the community. But we're just sending it to the city to distribute out to different nonprofits. That's exactly what's going to happen. And nothing's actually going to get done. It's really unfortunate. But that's how this stuff works. So let's support the amendment.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, our pastor for the day, in his prayer, he cited that we should be, we prayed that we should be silent when we can be silent, and to be vocal when we should be vocal. And Madam Speaker, I usually say a little prayer before I get up and speak, and should I say something or not? And sometimes it's wise just to be off the House floor to listen to some of this debate. But Representative Cleavorn, to have close to $5 million to go to St. Paul for a group of folks in the community to find out what's better for our area, boy, it's hard not to be silent. It's hard not to rise and to support Representative Nash's amendment. I can't imagine any of you over there thinking it's a good idea to spend $5 million and send it to the city of St. Paul to send out grants so people can have meetings to decide what's best to do with the Capitol complex. It just, I could be wrong. I'm not, we make mistakes to err as human, but it just seems to be so irresponsible and such a waste of money. I hope, Representative Cleburne, I'm wrong. I hope that these grant monies, because there's nothing much we can do about it except to use our voices from our district to maybe point out something that we think is an injustice or something that is not very wise in an investment of the taxpayers' dollars. But to spend close to $5 million for a group of residents to get together in our community here in St. Paul to figure out what's best and how to revitalize our area. It is sad that our area here is not very vitalized. We have the White Castle. They have really good food there once in a while. But overall, it's a depressed area, unfortunately. It's not much, there's not a lot of economic vitality. And Representative Cleburne, yes, we would like things to be vital and to be active and to invite people to our state capital here in St. Paul. But here, we're taking $5 million for a group of citizens to get together and talk about what they can do to make this area better. Now, in Delano, when I was on the, I was a member, I had a business there, I still have a business, and Delano was kind of a blighted area with a lot of empty buildings and 100-year-old dilapidated buildings, especially along the Crow River. And I got active in the Chamber of Commerce because we wanted to revitalize downtown Delano. And we didn't go to the city to ask for money. We didn't go to the state to ask for money. We, as concerned citizens through the Chamber of Commerce, got together as businessmen and women and had meetings at the coffee shops and came together to decide how can we revitalize our town? What can we do as citizens, as businessmen and women? We certainly didn't run to the state of Minnesota and ask for $5 million to have a meeting. We certainly could do that on ourselves. And over the years that I've been active in the chamber and the city council and here at the chambers here at St. Paul, we've accomplished those goals, but we didn't take any money from the taxpayers. We solved the problem on our own, at least the core group of us. But Representative Cleburne, I ask you, of this 4.8 million, or I think you said 5 million, in grants, will some of that money go to actually bricks and mortar or go to men and women that will build a business and revitalize this area? Would Representative Cleburne yield for a question, Madam Speaker?
She will yield. Representative McDonald.
Yes, I'm sorry. Representative Cleburne, sorry, my apologies for the delay. In these grants to the city of St. Paul, what kind of funds will be used to really revitalize and build brick and mortar business and help this area that we sometimes think is maybe a blighted area? And I say that painfully.
Representative Cleburne.
Thank you, and I'll just repeat my answer from earlier. The community has put together ideas of what they would like to see for their community. And they will take those ideas to the CAP board, who is the planning organization for this area. The planning board will then say, these are good ideas that should go forward to St. Paul, to the economic development, to be vetted. It is the community that will be driving it. If it is brick and mortar business, awesome. If it's repairing sidewalks, awesome. If it's bringing in a new business, awesome. It will be for them to decide what they would like in their community. They believe they know it better than I do.
Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, thank you, Representative Cleburne. That's a great answer. And does it really take $5 million to do that? Representative Cleburne, if you'd yield for
Are
that
you
question.
asking Representative Cleburne to yield again?
I did, yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Cleburne.
Thank you, Representative McDonald, and I think probably it's going to take more than $5 million. We have allocated $5 million in the budget last year for them through the Economic Development account. If you look around and you see the need that is in the community, I would be happy for you to put forward a larger sum of money if you so desire.
Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, I've just been informed that they will be out in grants businessmen and women could receive up to a $5,000 grant individually. 5 to 75,000? No, 5 to 75,000? Well, folks, I hope that in 10 years or 20 years, when we're all gone from this building, maybe some of us will still be here. Representative Davids, he'll probably still be here. But I hope that this money that you're going to put to use will really bring in economic development and really bring a vitality to our capital complex. I don't think it needs a $5 million to the city of St. Paul to give out grants. Concerned businessmen, I'm a businessman. There's many businessmen and women here. We don't need government money necessarily to come together as a group to decide what's best for our community. It's a really missed opportunity for those funds of tax dollars to go to help businessmen and women vitalize their own area, to come up with ideas. They could do that without the government intervention and spending taxpayers $5 million. That's just my humble opinion, Representative Claiborne. Maybe I'm wrong, but we'll wait to see what the rest of Minnesotans think, and I hope you're right in this, because this complex, our capital, deserves to have a really rich neighborhood with thriving businesses, thriving neighborhoods, safe neighborhoods. Our children shouldn't be coming down here and have their windows broken in right across the street. So I hope your $5 million will help at least address the crime as well as the vitality and the success of this area.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, and I won't belabor the point. Representative McDonald, when you're talking about the community around this building, this is where people live. It's their home. It's where they raise their children. And I would ask that we please always remember that we really need to be respectful. So when I hear words like it's a blighted community, you know, I would say it's been a neglected community. It's been right in front of our eyes for many, many years, and we've not made the investments there. We've made investments in other places to help other businesses. I can't remember exactly how much money this body granted for the Section 179 tax credits that helped many of our businesses. I don't remember exactly how many millions and hundreds of millions of dollars we forgave in PPP grants. So we help businesses and we help communities all over this state with tax dollars. I myself have been the recipient of mortgage interest deduction, right? Which helped me keep my house and helped me maintain my house, right? There are many ways that we serve many communities and families all across the state, and $5 million for this community is not a bridge too far. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Douglas, Representative Franson. Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, I just want to respond to Representative Claiborne. I've been coming down here since I was 9 years old. And we would be able to, my father, with all our kids, there was 7 of us, we'd be able to walk around the Capitol complex safe at night, never a fear. We'd walk downtown to the Science Museum. We'd go to the Daytons, to the Orange Julius, to the Skyways. We were very safe. Never did my folks ever think we were not safe. When I say blighted area, I'm not criticizing the neighbors here that live in this neighborhood. As far as the investment, we've spent $320 million on this building. We spent another $92 million on the Senate building, and we're spending another $730 million on the building across the street that you guys think is so important. I call it the prodigal building. So we are investing in this area, certainly. And for those neighbors here, maybe we haven't done a good enough job, because just last year we were warned by our Sergeant of Arms that we shouldn't walk from the Capitol to the SOB because it wasn't safe. It wasn't safe. How much money, more money, do we have to put into this area before it's safe? So just to be clear, when I say blighted area, there are some areas around this. Look at the Sears building, of course, gone. It is blighted. And for the neighbors that live here and work here, maybe we can do better than just giving $5 million to meet. Maybe we can put the money where it counts. not just meetings.
I recognize the member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, when Representative Ann New Brindley was discussing the CAP board funding, and I heard Representative Kleborn say go to the website, I did, and what I found was a whole lot of nothing answering our questions. What I did find is on the website under policy starting points, beyond the CAP board approval of task force recommendations, there are very few strings attached to this funding. That's what I found. So $5 million, very few strings attached to the funding. So that right there is a red flag. This is an opportunity to prioritize community projects based on community values, but there's no explanation of what those community values are for $5 million. So I got a little curious, scrolled on down to the task force meetings, and then let's see, it looks like the last meeting may have been March 12th, 2024. It was a virtual meeting from 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. The notes yet are not published, but on Tuesday, February 27th, there was a hybrid meeting that took place at the League of Minnesota Cities from 12 to 1:30 p.m. So I clicked on that little link there, kind of see what they discussed. And here, what I did find is the CAP Board Administration feasibility little section there from the meeting. I wish it was a little larger because my eyesight isn't what it once was. The task force discussed whether or not CAP Board has statutory authority to oversee the grant program. That's interesting. So I found that kind of a fun little tidbit. A point was raised that even if there is not alignment with current regulations, there is also the possibility of amending the statute if need be. It was expressed that, given CAP Board's expertise in architecture and planning, expanding its maneuverability in these processes may be an appropriate measure regardless of the grant program. Peter Musty made note that the capacity is currently stretched due to staffing levels, making additional responsibilities difficult to manage without additional staff. However, there was acknowledgement that it would be worth determining the feasibility of personnel hiring, given how avoiding passing through additional entities like intermediaries and donor-advised funds could also help avoid miscommunications and complications arising in the program's implementations. Members, it would behoove us to take the Jim Nash amendment here and move this $5 million back to the general fund. You know who needs revitalization in Minnesota? The family budget. The family budget needs a little revitalization. After spending $17.5 billion in a surplus last year, raising taxes by $10 billion, families are stretched to the brink. And so yet another $5 million to some nonprofit grantees is really going to irk the taxpayers of Minnesota. If you really were really concerned about revitalizing St. Paul, what I would have suggested to you then is perhaps putting the dollars from the Palace for Politicians, where you're spending $730 million of the tax dollars, and maybe investing a little bit into St. Paul. But yet, instead, you invest in yourselves to make sure that you have a fancy building for when you're here just part-time for $730 million to fix a leaky roof. Members, vote yes for the Nash Amendment.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'm not going to belabor this. We've heard this is a priority discussion, I think, that we're having right now, and we've had consternation with this particular provision in state gov. We talked about it at length, but this is not about $5 million. There's two more components of this. Number one is we're going to spend $31 million on the Rice Street reconstruction and related area, and then there's another $5 million for the Capitol complex. And in this bill, there's another $2.5 million that are going into this Capitol Mall as well. And I think the problem that we're having is that our cities have to compete for dollars in a capital budget. And this is a direct appropriation, and I don't think anybody over here is arguing against the validity of it. Maybe some of us are, but it's unfair. It's not fair. And I spent a lot of time looking at this task force, and there isn't cap board oversight. This is going to be a group of 3 to 5 people that are appointed by the cap board, and they're going to work with the city of St. Paul. And interestingly, even though the city in section 3, subdivision 1, they're limited in 16B.98 to 5%, but that language is stricken from any of the grant recipients past that. So theoretically, I mean, you could have a grant recipient, and that is that's on line 7.14, Representative Cleaborne, and they could have administrative costs. There is no limit because 16B.97 to 16B.991 are they don't apply to the grants in this. So this is a fairness issue. And again, I looked at the task force and I was amazed. 20% of the population of the 6,500 people that live in this district are disabled. That is a huge number. And so I think there's some validity to the things that we're doing, but the process that we're going through in doing it, I think really lacks that oversight that we apply to almost everything that we do. I mean, we just had a huge argument not too long ago about whether or not we're going to reduce, a daily limit on nursing facilities by $12.85. And here we're gonna literally hand over $36 million and just say, you know what, St. Paul? Go for it. Go for it. And we're gonna pay the city to do what the city does. This is what they do. They do community engagement. They're the best at it. They do it well. All of our cities are. And so I think that's the problem that I guess I'll speak for myself. That's the problem that I'm having with this. I mean, if I could get $4.8 million for one of my cities, I would be so happy, so happy. Cities have different needs, and I recognize that the capital area has an important need. But that's what the capital budgeting budgeting committee is for. And so I would say vote green on the Nash amendment.
I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative Lawrence.
Good evening, Madam Speaker and members. I've been sitting here a long time this evening and wish I spoke up to Rose to speak sooner than I did. One, I want to thank Representative Johnson for bringing ahead his amendment that he did earlier, the 828 amendment, because I think it applies here as well. As I've sat here the last 18 days and I've listened and I've sat in some committees and we're sitting and we're talking to this discussion right here, I think we suffer from a situation that I can relate back to our local township government. And I come from local government. That's where I have a lot of background, a lot of experience. I come from a great township board and a township that's the 3rd largest in the state of Minnesota. But one thing we were very conscious of as a township was not giving up our responsibility, not letting others have our decision-making power, being sure that we had the final say on how our dollars were handled, what projects we were investing in, how they were going to be completed. And as I referenced the amendment that that Representative Johnson put forth, that's what he was getting at. He was getting at, don't give up that responsibility to another committee. Don't give up that responsibility to another board. And here we have it here with our dollars. And I've watched over and over in the last few days how it seems like we want to give money out. I'm not saying they're bad ideas. I'm not saying that there's not need out there, but we give it out without the responsibility. We give the decision to how $5 million, $4.8 million is going to be spent to somebody else without the accountability. And I'd like us to see to come back. And let's take control of the reins of our horse again. Let's take control of those reins. Let's not give up our responsibility to other boards. We've been elected to make those decisions. Let's not give our responsibility up to other committees. We've been elected to make those decisions. Let's not give those dollars away without the accountability and the responsibility. We've been given that accountability and responsibility. And as we go through, and I know we've only got a few days left of session, but as we go through and we start making decisions, to hang on to that responsibility, to have those safeguards in place, because we're the ones that are accountable for it. Let's bring back the responsibility to our house, to this body, and take responsibility for the dollars that we're choosing, to give more vision to those dollars instead of just saying, here's a handful of dollars, let us know what you do with it, if you do anything with it. Let's bring back some of that responsibility and take accountability like we did in our local government. It's a great responsibility that the people of Minnesota has placed in our hands, and I don't want to forego that responsibility. I want to be accountable to the people of Minnesota. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Perez Vega.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Cleburne. I represent this district and where the Capitol complex sit, and I'm also honored to have been appointed to the Vitality Task Force by our governor's office because of not just as an elected official and where this Capitol stands on in my district, because I truly am a child of this capital city and of this great state of Minnesota, born and raised right here. And I think about how important it is not just for the children of this capital city, but throughout the state of Minnesota when they recognize the importance of civic engagement. And as being in our first meetings and being appointed early in the summer, right after our successful, amazing legislative session, where we talk about how we want to make a one Minnesota between not just one party, but all of us together for the future of what Minnesota is and what it has been fought for by all sides of the aisle. And it's recognizing a place in where all Minnesotans should feel welcomed. And let me tell you, this task force doesn't have all the answers to that because it's going to take a lot of work, a lot of healing. But as somebody who recognizes, I've spoken to the Speaker of this House who said she never had that chance of visiting the Capitol. It wasn't a field trip for them or something that they've seen every day. I've spoken to members who, when they first arrived to this country and to this state, that how they took their first steps to go to the Capitol to learn what is the best to work together as Minnesotans. But I've always known of this Capitol from the first recollections of what's even younger than my daughter's age right now. I recognize the importance of conversations and democracy as a child of St. Paul because the Capitol stands right here, but it wasn't always inviting. As a young brown girl who's lived in this district, who's seen those gold horses shine to give us the dreams of opportunity regardless of what our grandparents' languages was, what our class was, what our color of our skin was, it was about knowing what it is to be a Minnesotan and how to be involved for the people. From public safety and what that looks like in the Capitol complex, it has to start with people wanting to come to the complex that are not just elected officials, that are not just lobbyists, that are not just advocating for the laws that we all want throughout the state, but to celebrate the importance of what is a Minnesotan. I remember having gatherings and blankets laid out on this Capitol complex as a young girl and witnessing conversations of us building to where I'm at right now as the elected official of this district and where the Capitol stands. As a young girl who recognized the importance of this indigenous lands, where we were circling to talk about the importance of having our indigenous cultures celebrated, that the powwow should be celebrated here, that the drums should be loud here, just like we had outside in this chamber today. And a week ago, when I was honored to present a resolution to the Jazz Central to acknowledge Jazz Month, an American historic genre of culture, right here in this Minnesota Capitol complex, while we are making law, folks playing music and children coming out to learn how this body and how these chambers and how civic engagement is. And I will keep speaking because I've heard you speak all night with some of the most insulting words about people who make this Capitol complex grow. Keep strong, keep clean. Drive from not just St. Paul, but all over this state, regardless if we're making laws and pressing yes and nay, or they're coming here to enjoy what the chaplains are praying. Whether it's in your language of native language, or our native language, or your native language, or what you've practiced as practitioners and worshipers. Our temples, this Capitol is a temple of Minnesota for all Minnesotans. We need to do better. The opportunities with the Vitality Task Force is a step pa'lante, a step forward to make things better for the children of all shades of brown, from the darkest to the lightest, from the languages that are spoken in our school districts, to host the memorials for public services from our police departments, to elected officials who have hosted their funerals in these, right outside these chambers. I think about the little girl who dreamt around with so many folks enjoying music and celebration when we actually had the taste of Minnesota, which many folks don't want that in a bonding bill, but I enjoy it whether we're having a taste of Minnesota by just being present with a sandwich, or arroz con habichuelas and tacos, or gyros, or truckers that are here workforcing from all different types, trying to pay for permits that give our money revenue. These are the beauties of these opportunities of growing collectively. I don't see Representative Schultz in this chamber, but I do know that he has been supportive of the initiatives because he says this is the community that you represent. Representative Hussein, whose district is in this Capitol complex like my own. This isn't just a place of where we check in and clock into work, whether we're here at 5 in the morning till 1 or till 5:30 in the morning, back to back, to make law for our Minnesotans. This is a place for all Minnesotans to accept, all Minnesotans to feel invited, and to celebrate what this is. And also recognize that within history, there's also harmful spaces here. I look vibrantly at what we've been having, Chair Cleburne, these conversations with our city of St. Paul as well, with folks that come from this community for generations and generations, from the Rondo community of the Hickman families, the Carters. We speak about this, how the Black community was working to build the amazing complex of Cass Gilbert. I walked these chambers as a young little girl with Representative Mariani, who invited us as classroom children in the same seat that I'm sitting in, representing. I remember Paul Wellstone, our senator, and our great Congressman Bruce Vento bringing the children from all over the state of Minnesota so that we felt that this is the temple of Minnesota. This is the greatest symbolism of how we can make things better to keep our community safe. I have a lot of passion in my tone right now because we've learned that in St. Paul, there's been a violent action motion from public safety. We don't know what the outcome is, but we know that a life has been lost. And those things don't happen when you see that there's funding in Vitality, when you see that there's funding in learning about our communities, engaging in public safety, engaging in opportunities for youth programs. You all have children in your district that you represent that they've been in these chambers, and if they haven't, they should. Because I know that I had Vitality as a child, and it wasn't a privilege. But it became a privilege as soon as our leaders in this state brought us here to recognize that this is a part of our everyday lives as Minnesotans. We need to celebrate that. We need to work together on that so that we can see the numbers from your district to mine, where this Capitol sits in, where we make law in, be celebrated and rejoiceful. Be unifying. Yeah, it's millions of dollars. Things are expensive. And we're trying to make things balanced here, regardless if you say it or not. Regardless if you're accounted for or not accounted for, but we bring revenue into the state, and we deserve to feel that welcoming for all. Thank you.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Nash. Okay, I will recognize the member from Right, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the accommodation. I want to speak softly. Representative Perez Vega, I speak as an alien in your district. You do a fantastic job of representing the people who elected you. What I would suggest, based upon the comments of Representative Lawrence, who's new to this chamber, is he and I, both having acted in local government, have experience with coming up with plans. This is what we're going to do. This specifically is what we're going to use this money for. The problem that we have on this side of the aisle is that you're talking about $5 million to go to we know not what. And you talk about doing the work. We'll do the work of determining what you're going to spend the money on, and then come present it to us so that we know what it is that we're investing in. I think that's a fair ask. If you look at 711 through 715 of this bill, $200,000 to be transferred to the Capital Area Architectural and Planning Board for community navigators and for startup and other costs to facilitate implementation of Community Vitality Grant Program and the Community Voices Initiative. We got to pay for startup costs. I mean, you're conveying in the bill that you're not ready for prime time. You don't have a plan. We're just going to give you the money and you can figure out what you're going to do with it after the fact. That's not how it works out in Albertville. It's not how it works out in Zimmerman. We have to have plans for what we're going to do with our money before we go to the taxpayer and ask them for it. That's not unreasonable. We heard an example earlier of potential uses of this money being fixing sidewalks. Sidewalks. The city of St. Paul isn't fixing their sidewalks? I got to imagine if we examine their budget, we could probably find some places to cut and shift that money over to that essential government service. I don't want to deprive the ability of the folks around here who, by the way, in spite of the warnings that I receive about where I should walk and where I shouldn't, I visit around this community. I spend money around this community. I talk to people who live here. I know they're in need. I know they don't feel represented, which is ironic. But the idea that we're gonna claim as mission accomplished appropriating money to give to nonprofits to spend however they want without some accountable body answering to those people first. Presenting a plan to them that they sign off on and say, yep, that's what we want. And then coming back to us and us reviewing it and say, you know what, we're on board with that. That's the way this process should work. That's why we ought to support the Nash Amendment. Please vote green.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Engen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This kind of reminds me of a really sobering statistic that I saw a couple years back that's kind of stuck with me. 6 of the 7 wealthiest counties in America surround Washington, D.C. Pretty crazy, right? They're the closest to power. Lino Lakes isn't getting any stake in this. Centerville, Circle Pines, communities that I represent, they don't get to take any of this. There's no grant oversight and administration cost that they can reap from. Why does St. Paul get? And let's go beyond that to what Representative Hudson was just saying. What do they do? A vitality task force. Can you please list for me what in the heck that means? Because on their website, they can't tell you. One of the craziest things that I've experienced in my first term serving in this body is how we prioritize what gets funded. I have students from an alternative learning center, and actually even deeper than that, a part of the alternative learning center that deals with substance abuse disorders, helping kids stay clean. They came into my office and they were begging to help me try to get $167,000 so that their entire program didn't have to be slashed. I couldn't promise them that they were going to get it. But you get $4.8 million for some unspecified vitality project. You can go on tirades all you want about how community is everything, but help me out here. Help me figure out what it is that you're trying to fund in your community. Because other than that, I don't know what it is. It's nothing. It's amorphous. It's ridiculous. That's why people don't trust us. Again, let's go back to that point. There's a reason why people don't trust us. We can't tell them what we do with their money. They don't see an ROI. Minnesotans used to understand that, you know what, higher taxes might come at a cost, but it's going to go towards those roads and bridges. It's going to go towards fixing the potholes. They saw that ROI. They don't see it with this. You can't tell me what it's going towards. So unless somebody can spell it out for me, I'd suggest you vote yes on the Nash Amendment. Thank you.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Nash.
Thanks, Madam Speakers. Thanks, members. Let me just put it this way. I was mayor of the city of Waconia, and we didn't get a $4.8 million grant ever. LGA was up and down, and for those of us that have local government experience, LGA is an ephemeral number that you might have it one year and it's completely gone the next because of the formula. And I'm just confused as to why, for a city, St. Paul certified LGA got $81.6 million last year. Many of the cities in our districts over here on our side got nothing. And when we do downtown revitalization, I think Representative McDonald talked about it, that we figure out through the Chamber of Commerce, through businesses, through business owners, how are we going to find a way to jumpstart things in our downtown area. We did a downtown revitalization project in Waconia, and we figured it out over a long period of time because we didn't want to spend money that, one, we didn't have, but we didn't have a granting organization to give us that big bag of cash. And we've got a bunch of mayors and city council members over here. I think that if you were to ask them, and I'm not going to, but nobody said, here's $4.8 million for you to revitalize the area around your city hall, or maybe you serve in the county seat, or any of those things. And that's why we're talking about this amendment. It's not because we don't love St. Paul. I do. I feel like I am one of the luckiest people that gets to serve here. I really feel that way. I love St. Paul. It's a great place. But the message to your average Minnesotan when they see $4.8 million granted to revitalize something on top of the $81.6 million in LGA, on top of many other things, that the cities in northern Minnesota, southern Minnesota, or in Carver County, we don't have that. We don't have that. And that's why we're talking about this. That's why we're bringing this up, to say, let's have some prudence when we spend money. Is this the capital city? Yes, it is. We've spent piles of money making Cass Gilbert's capital come back to life. I would have voted for that were I here, because I think it's a great expenditure. But when it comes to how do we give out money to other cities, we don't walk up to the city of Waconia and say, can we give you a $4.8 million grant to spiff up downtown? We don't. It's not happening anywhere else, and I won't belabor this, but it's just for a lot of Minnesotans, it's just a lot to think that a fairly, as Representative Engen talked about, it's fairly amorphous. That's what we're trying to say over here, is that this is just another expenditure on top of another expenditure on top of $81.6 million in LGA that can be used to fix sidewalks. It's just too much. Members, vote green.
The clerk will take the roll.
Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Schultz.
Schultz, aye.
Schultz, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nadeau moves that House File Number 3431, the second engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A57.
The member from 34A, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, point of parliamentary inquiry, Madam Speaker.
Please state your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Is my amendment divisible between 1.5 and 1.6?
Representative Nadeau, it is divisible. Would you like to vote on 1.1 through 1.5 or 1.6 and 1.7 first?
I would like to do 1.6 to 1.7 first.
Okay, on the second half of the Nadeau A57 amendment, Representative Nadeau, please explain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is a very simple technical I think it's a simple technical amendment that I'm proposing. So in the underlying bill, what this does is it just, this second half of this amendment eliminates the requirement that the grants that are provided under this section, which is what we've been talking about, this capital area community vitality account, what it does it basically eliminates and requires that the grant recipients have to abide by 16B.97 to 16B.991. And for those of you that are unfamiliar with those, this is the Department of Admin oversight. This is the division that requires that administrative costs can be only 5%, which is what we're holding the overall grant amounts to up above. This is the ability to make sure that there isn't conflicts of interest, that ethics are upheld, that if there's reports, if there's violations, that someone reports those violations, that they're audited, that there's grant administration, that evaluations are done with the dollars being used. It ensures that grant recipients have the ability and the financial wherewithal to actually do the work. So, it really is just providing some oversight. So I don't know why it was included, but my amendment is to basically make sure that these grants that are going out have that oversight of the Department of Admin.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Cleburne, to the second portion of the Nadeau amendment.
Thank you. So we are referring to the second part as lines 14 and 15. Is that correct, Madam Speaker?
Lines 1.6 and 1.7 of the amendment.
That's correct. Okay. Members, I think this is fine with me, and I would encourage a yes vote on this portion.
Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We take a vote on this, or should I go to the next one?
We'll vote on this part first.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Second portion of the amendment. On the first portion of the Nadeau amendment, Representative Nadeau.
Madam Speaker, members, the first part is, so you'll see that on line 1.2 to 1.5 of the amendment, it's talking about we're excluding the ability to have aid-based grants to families providing rent and utility assistance, and then number 2 would be capital grants that support the fixing and improvement of residential properties in disrepair. Now that sounds awful, that I would want to eliminate that. But the reason that I'm moving this is, number one, we already have substantial programs through other departments that do this work. That's the first thing. The second thing is as I read, and to be completely transparent, these two things are specifically listed in the task force report as things that they want to do. Okay? So this is a vitality account. There's a lot of work that is going to have to happen in order for these dollars to go out there. And as much as I would prefer that it went through a different process, we are here today. And so why I want to exempt these is that we want to make, this is one-time dollars. And we want to make sure that these dollars have longevity. And in committee, I tried to move these funds to the Port Authority to create a revolving loan fund where these things could be used a few times over. I was unsuccessful, which is totally fine. So what I want to make sure of is that in this thing, in this amendment, that we're literally focusing on those vitality activities that the task force comes up with that's going to help the capital complex and not try to supplant money that is currently available for these people and these residents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Cleburne, to the first portion of the Nadeau amendment.
Thank you. And members, I would ask for your no vote on this. The community had over 79 different engagements on this, and it was something really important to the community. And to be able to keep someone in their home with a very small grant, or to be able to work with one of the families that Representative Nadeau mentioned earlier that has disabilities, and to be able to get their home into a good place so that they would have those small repairs that make a home more habitable. I think this is something that's very good use of these funds. So members, on this part of it, I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Nadeau, any further discussion on the first portion?
No, Madam Chair. Thank you. Please vote green.
Did you want a roll call? Okay. All those in favor of the first portion of the Nadeau amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 3431, the second engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A53.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A53 would insert into the bill language that says that notwithstanding laws to the contrary, that funding would go into the bill to make sure that we are compliant with the vision of Cass Gilbert. I think that's a very important thing, that as we move forward on things around here, that we recognize just the amazing effort conducted by Cass Gilbert. And brief story, and then I will, there's an amendment to the amendment, but the brief story, yesterday I went to the Twins game with a college friend of mine that I hadn't seen in many, many years. Afterwards, he said, hey, show me your office. So we came in here. I came into the Capitol with him, and he walked around, and he's from Texas, so the word y'all came up a lot, and I'm still not really sure what that is all about, but he was blown away by this building. He says, Jim, I've been to a lot of Capitol buildings. He likes to do that in his travels. And he was blown away. He goes, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen, and he's seen a lot of Capitols. And I'm sure the chief clerk would agree with that this is the penultimate Capitol in our country. That barring the U.S. Capitol, and maybe even, that Cass Gilbert knocked this one out of the park. Now, while the Twins lost yesterday, Cass, in absentia, post-mortem, hit it out of the park. So I think that as we move forward with future things, that we make sure that we stay in the vision of Cass Gilbert, because really, fast forward to, I think it was my freshman term, maybe my second term, as we had plywood everywhere, and even then, I think you would agree if you were here, you could see great beauty in this building. And now that it's done, I walk up the main stairs regularly just to remind myself and level set myself to say this is about the best office building you'll ever go to, and that we should be humbled, sometimes to tears, that we get to serve in this. And we fight like cats and dogs, and we talk about goofy amendments, and we sometimes do things that make Pat Murphy cringe, but I think I'm here to help. But I think that we can all agree that complying with the vision of somebody who was truly an enlightened architect that built this amazing place, that is a testament to the Civil War and a testament to the contributions of Minnesotans, that is something that we should stick to. And Madam Speaker, I know that there is an amendment to the amendment.
There is. I know I'm not part of the debate, but there's an amendment to the bring back the spittoons and get rid of the women's bathroom amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Damath moves to amend the Nash amendment to House File Number 3431, the second engrossment as amended, and the amendment to the amendment is coded A59.
The member from Stearns, Representative Damath. Representative Nash, I never get to have any fun. Representative Damath.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And isn't all of what we're doing fun? That's what I thought. The amendment to the amendment, the A59, would actually just insert the fact that any project underway would also align to that vision, the original vision of the architect, Cass Gilbert. And that is as simple as the amendment is.
Discussion. Does the maker of the underlying amendment want to speak first? Otherwise, I'll go to the author of the bill.
Well,
the maker
Madam,
of the underlying amendment, friendly or unfriendly amendment to the amendment? Representative Damath, were you about to ask for a roll call?
I was. Thank
Representative
you, Madam
Damath requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Nash.
Madam Speaker, I think this is a fantastic amendment, and I know that there are a number of members that would like to speak to this. So I will sit and let those among us that are wise speak to this. Perhaps Representative Erdahl would like to speak to this.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Cleburne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, the work of the CAP board is to ensure that Cass Gilbert's design and vision is upheld. We do not need either the A59 or the A53, as that is the jurisdiction of the CAP board, and this is the work that they do. And they have they have passed a resolution that say that this work that is being done is in line with their comprehensive plan, which upholds Cass Gilbert's design.
Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members. So I appreciate what Representative Cleaborn just said, and I think that's exactly why this amendment to the amendment is needed. And so this amendment to the amendment, sorry, just my contacts are dry and I can't quite see my own writing here. But the amendment to the amendment ensures that Cass Gilbert's vision applies to projects currently underway, which we all know is the state office building remodel, $730 million palace for politicians that somehow in the Rules Committee, or last session actually, last summer, the CAB board was removed from. And they are not complying with Cass Gilbert's vision for the Capitol, especially regarding that far stairway by the governor's office, which is supposed to be open to the public. All 4 stairways are supposed to be open. And as I've done a lot of research on this issue, members, when the other body's building was constructed, there was concern that the back stairwell here behind the house was going to be obstructed for the public, and they had to redesign that building to align with Cass Gilbert's vision. There was even what they called in the documents, a Cass Gilbert test to make sure that that building fit with the Cass Gilbert vision. That Cass Gilbert test was not applied to the remodel of our office building, and the stairway access from the governor's stairway entrance is going to be blocked. And it is not, the Cass Gilbert test wasn't even applied. And now the CAB board is cut out of this process. Members, if you care about the future of this institution, if you care about how we preserve this amazing, beautiful treasure for our state going forward for future generations, please support the amendment to the amendment so that we can adhere or at least have a conversation involving the CAB board with respect to the Cass Gilbert test before they get any further on that project. Thank you, members.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. In working with the restoration of the Capitol years ago, I became more and more acquainted with the efforts and the successes of Cass Gilbert, who actually moved to Minnesota as a young man, went to work for an architectural firm, and designed the railroad depots in Wilmer, Anoka, and Little Falls. And then he started working on bigger projects, the Endicott building in St. Paul being one of them. But in the early 1900s, when the need came to build this new state capitol at that time, there was a big contest as to who should be the architect in charge. And they were on the verge of selecting someone else when the campaign began to build for this young architect, Cass Gilbert. He agreed to accept the job if he was assured higher pay and total say over what happened to this capitol. Cass Gilbert was an early proponent of skyscrapers of the Gothic style. His buildings reflected historic traditions and established social order. He believed that they should be, that the Greek democracy should be reflected as an heir in the Capitol buildings. And he worked, he did the Minnesota Capitol, he did West Virginia, he did Arkansas. And this was his crowning effort. His vision clearly spelled out in this building. With the classic Greek architecture, sculptures, paintings, but also integrating the American Civil War into this, because this building was constructed largely by the descendants of Civil War veterans or by the veterans themselves. Interestingly, Cass Gilbert didn't want statues in the Capitol. And so these statues, as you walk around the rotunda, were not his idea. Frankly, he didn't like the sculptures. He didn't think that they were established enough to have their work in such a fine building. But he was overruled in that. He lived in Minnesota from 1882 to 1898, when he then left this state, going to New York to try to build, as he felt it, a national reputation. But his vision, his reputation, are still clearly felt each day in Minnesota, in this building, and in some surrounding buildings throughout the state. And so I sincerely believe that this vision should continue to be reflected in Minnesota.
Closing argument. Representative Damon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a great amendment. Please vote green.
There is a roll call on the amendment to the amendment. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Would the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Schultz.
Schultz, aye.
Schultz, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment to the amendment is not adopted. On the underlying amendment, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm disappointed in that, but and I'm very pleased that spittoons are gone, and I remember Representative Murphy talking about, and Representative Kahn talking about the need to get women's bathrooms in there, and I think that's fantastic because I would love to see my daughters serve here one day. You can experience another Representative Nash, which I'm sure makes everybody happy. Members, I would urge your support on the bill, on the amendment. Sorry, I've got a bit of a headache here, but I would urge your support on this amendment. Thank you.
All those in favor of the Nash amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House Bill number 3431, the second and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A36.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request a roll call on the A36.
Representative Nash requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I believe that the pages have a document to pass out, and I'll talk as they do that. But a number of years ago, and Representative Garofalo seems to be off the floor, but a number of years ago, we passed a bill that made it so that plastic bags could not be banned by municipalities for the specific purpose of creating opportunity for people who are not able to, and I shared this in committee, not able to buy a bag like the Trader Joe's bag. Apparently that's a thing. There's a small cultic following for canvas bags by Trader Joe's, but a lot of people can't afford that. And when we have folks who are experiencing grocery stores leaving their community due to crime or whatever, we want to make it easier for them to make grocery purchases. And a plastic bag is something that is a very utilitarian object that is recyclable. And the letter is from the Grocers Association, where they talk about a lot of the efforts that they undertake to make sure that you can bring back your, as my wife does, the bag full of bags to the grocery store where you drop it in the little container. I think that the containers are made from recycled bags themselves to use that raw material once again. And I am troubled by, I think, and Chair Cleavorn help me here because like I said, I'm still suffering from the migraine. We're doing the ban. We're banning, well, no, we banned the ban. That was my bill a couple of years ago, but now it's the ban. So I think, once again, and I'm being serious here, the grocers have put in a tremendous amount of effort into getting plastic bags being able to be recycled at repositories across the state. It really puts folks at a disadvantage when they have to find alternative means to carry their groceries home. I know that many of our members would love for paper to be something, but that adds cost to the grocers. It adds cost to the people who are trying to be a purveyor of good and useful things, and they operate on very small margins. When they have to buy paper bags or other things, that erodes their margins. So I think the ban is not ready for prime time, so let's just revert back to the ban, and I think I requested a roll call. I did?
You did.
I'm struggling.
And it's on.
I'm struggling, members, so I would urge you to support the A36.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just members, to be clear, this is my bill that is an underlying bill here, and that is not a ban. It removes the preemption, so no bans would go into effect on plastic bans. To the point about voluntary recycling programs, they're great. They're really nice things to do, but they aren't dealing with our problem. And this bill would have no effect on those existing alternative collection programs that you see at your grocery store. And despite our best efforts, the vast majority of these plastic bags are not recycled. I'll remind members to some of the points that I saw people gagging and making really gross noises when I said. I will remind you that the average American, so that's all of you, that's all of your loved ones, is consuming a credit card's worth of plastic every week. You're eating that in your food, that you're putting in those grocery bags full of plastic. It's showing up in our air as those plastic bags disintegrate and enter our air and our soil. So members, cities are asking for this. This is a tool that our municipalities are asking for. Let's give it to them. I mean, we could talk about how this isn't ready for prime time, but this was the law of Minnesota up until a few years ago when the legislature decided to preempt your cities from making choices about plastic bags. So I would ask you to vote no on the A36 amendment.
Closing argument, Representative Nash.
I would urge a green vote.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Schultz.
Schultz, aye.
Schultz, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend House Bill number 3431, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A42.
The member, sorry. The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this amendment was conceived at a public employees union meeting. It was nurtured with a consultation of multiple union leaders. This came up before I was elected. When I had it drafted with a sunset condition. And unfortunately, it was used, but not to a great deal because I started with, $5 or $6 billion deficit year, that budget, and there were several very tough budget years. The intent of this amendment is to empower the workers in the state to let them have a voice. In that union meeting, they said, well, it's that time of year again. and it was referred to Christmas in July because people had to volunteer to help find ways of spending it before they lost it. It was the habit of we didn't want to leave money on the bottom line because next time they might cut our budget. So I asked, what if? Because they said it'd be great if we actually got to choose what this was spent on and spend it on what we need. So I asked the leaders at the end of that meeting, what if you find savings or waste or whatever so that you save money? Half of that savings would go back to the general fund, but the other half would go into an account so that you, the workers, a committee half workers, half management, or half faculty, half administration, decide how to spend that, how you need it to achieve your mission. Do you need some special software? Do you need some special tools? And, you know, again, I had the sunset built in, so it really didn't last past those deficit years, but it passed unanimously in the Senate, and it passed with, I think, only 6 or 7 no's in the House. Because at that time, we came together and said, yes, we want to empower the frontline people that are helping our citizens, the people that do the work, to be able to choose to spend some of the money to what they actually needed. Now you might say, well, boy, the cost of this. Well, all the work for guidelines and setting up and et cetera were already done. The sunset, flip that switch off. This would allow us to flip the switch back on in a time to where, you know, a huge increase in spending, and there's probably a bit more available to have our workers say, well, this isn't going to quite work, and come up with the ideas of saving so that they can be enabled. And what money they save in this next year, the last year of the budget, would be there in the next budget when it's a little bit tighter in the money, to where they could say, we need this, and have money to do it. And I think that it'd be an opportune time to empower the workers that actually service the needs of our people to have a voice and empower them. So I ask for a green vote, just as I think a couple dozen of us remember, boy, is that 13 years ago. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Claiborne.
Thank you very much. And Representative Quam, I appreciate your desire for cost savings initiatives and looking for innovation. So I want to honor you with those words first. But I did look into this, and according to what I was told, the program went nearly unused in its last active period from 2013 to 2018. And there was only one formal request that was submitted, and it allowed $75,000 to be carried over into fiscal year 2014. So at this moment, I don't think that this is an amendment that I'll adopt, and so I'll ask members to vote no. I'll be clear about that. And the other thing I just want to say is everything in this bill has been heard in committee already, so I would prefer to hear this in committee or to discuss it with you in committee before I would accept an amendment like this. So members, I'm going to ask for a no vote.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I did request a hearing and didn't receive one. And at no cost, because it's flipping the switch back on, this would give an option to be utilized. And I hadn't foreseen when I first passed this, I think second or third week that I was in the legislature, that those deficit budgets would be so constraining it'd be hard to find ways of saving. And with the pretty generous increase in this budget, I think there are opportunities of which I would like the state employees to help us do a better job. So I ask for a green. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the Quam amendment? The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Quam, for bringing this back. I remember when Democrats removed this language a few years ago, and really what the problem was that the agencies refused to participate. And so while we could actually incentivize state agencies to find these efficiencies and find these creative ways to save resources and to make better use of taxpayer dollars, Democrats just decided to throw that baby out with the bathwater. Rather than actually holding the departments accountable to what we told them to do. That's what we do. We lack accountability. That's a theme here. That's a theme here. We never want to hold anyone accountable. What I think is interesting about this is that it does include Minnesota state colleges and universities. They can participate in the program. And just earlier today, I saw an article that St. Cloud State is cutting 100 programs and 57 faculty. That's a lot. That is really significant. And perhaps if we were incentivizing some strategic thinking among staff and employees, perhaps these problems wouldn't have to get quite so big. Perhaps innovative solutions could be found before we're cutting 100 programs and 57 faculty members. We're in a world of hurt. Like I said, I've really been thinking about our state colleges and universities. We're in a world of hurt. We are losing students hand over fist. And wouldn't it be interesting if some innovative employees came up with some ideas that might help stem that tide? Now, I know our colleagues on the other side of the aisle aren't particularly interested in efficiencies in state agencies. But just imagine if innovation happened and efficiencies were found, those dollars can actually be used to help Minnesotans. I've said this, I'm like a broken record on the issue of homelessness, right? Because we put so much money into homelessness, but we have yet to figure out which programs are working and which programs are not working, and amplify the programs that are working, because that's what we should be doing. And perhaps if we can incentivize these folks to find innovative solutions, to find efficiencies, to find ways we can do government better, we could actually serve Minnesotans better. What a novel idea. What a novel idea. So the good news is this is thoroughly vetted. It was actually state law. This is thoroughly vetted. And while the departments didn't want to participate, that was too complicated for them, it's our job as legislators to tell them it's actually your job to do it. We are instructing you to do this. That's what we do as legislators. So let's do that. Let's bring this back. Let's encourage innovation. Let's encourage efficiency. And let's reward folks for doing that. Let's reward folks for making that happen. vote yes on the Quam amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Quam amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Olson B moves to amend House Law Number 3431, the second engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A44.
The member from Martin, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is the same amendment that we saw last week, but last week on Friday, this amendment was actually not germane to the bill, which it wasn't, so now we gave it again another shot. This one is germane to the bill, and I'm really excited because we've had some conversation here on the floor tonight that we're not actually ruling things out of order today, and that people are sick of the hypocrisy. So I was really excited to hear both of those things on this House floor today. Members, just to remind you what this is bringing a ask to the Minnesota people as to whether or not they approve of the seal and the state flag design that we've made. This committee to create this flag was designed within the state and local government bill last year, so we'll bring it back to the state and local government bill this year saying, Minnesotans, do you approve of the job that was done? Yes or no? I think it's a wonderful opportunity, whether you like the flag or you don't like the flag. Everyone has the right to have their say. Everyone has the right to vote. No one should be disenfranchised or told, this represents you. Look at this flag, it represents you. I think there's been some real arguments about the old flag or the current flag that's still our flag until potentially Saturday, unless we give Minnesotans the right to vote. There's been some complaints that this flag doesn't represent me, and so they came and they created a new flag design, and they say this flag represents you, and that's what they're telling you now. They're telling you that this flag design represents you. 13 voting members of a commission are going to tell you what represents you, and you don't get a say unless we accept this amendment today. Now, I'm really excited, members, because if this one's called out of order today, like it was on Friday, I'd have a couple words to say, since I believe there were a couple amendments that went through today with a vote that definitely missed the mark. Like if we're talking about appropriations to Becker County as being germane to this bill, then a referendum asking Minnesotans saying, we here at the legislature, we don't know everything, and we don't have a right to tell you what represents you. We're going to ask you, say, hey, Minnesotans, we, those who have been elected to represent you, want to hear your voice. We don't wish to disenfranchise you. We think everyone has a right to say what represents them. So members, I'm very excited for this. I would ask for a roll call vote to add this to our ballot in November.
Representative Olson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is your shot right here to give Minnesotans the right to vote, to say we refuse to disenfranchise you. We refuse to say what represents you. Only you can choose what represents you. It's a very honorable thing that we are doing here today. I thank you for your support.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to a point of order under Rule 3.21. Motions and propositions must be germane. The underlying bill includes nothing related to the process of changing the state emblems, nor to the designs of the emblems themselves. The emblems are included in Chapter 1 of the state statutes. That chapter is not included in this bill. I ask the Speaker to find the point of order well taken.
I reviewed the amendment and reviewed the bill, and I find the point of order well taken. Representative Olson.
Madam Speaker, I guess I should have asked to give you advice, but you obviously had all the advice you wish to have. So I would appeal the ruling of the Speaker and would ask for a roll call vote.
Representative Olson appeals the ruling of the Speaker, requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I would just end this by saying that if we here on the floor today choose to uphold the ruling of the Speaker in this one case, we open up an incredibly large shot group of all the other amendments that made it through today without this question being raised. There were quotes on the House floor this afternoon that said, instead of ruling this out of order, we'll give it a vote. There were quotes that said, I am so sick of the hypocrisy on this floor. Members, what is this if not hypocrisy on this House floor? We are opening up a shot group that I don't think we want to have. Like, we're shooting grape shot downrange here. This is going to open things wide open. And I tell you what, it won't be the last time you're going to deal with me, Representative Freiberg. So if this is or is not germane, it is not the last time. There you go. See, you could have just taken it today. Could have just taken it today, but you will take it. You will take this vote. And I will continue to always advocate for Minnesotans to have the right to vote. Please vote red, overturn the ruling of the Speaker, and we can get this out of the way tonight and not later. We can do it tonight. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
The question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as a judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Schultz.
Schultz, nay.
Schultz, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 60 nays, it is a judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Robbins moves to amend House Law number 3431, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A54.
The member from Stearns, Representative Demuth. Sorry, the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins. You're next, I guess. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this amendment is really important so that you and all of our constituents have the opportunity to hear what is going on with the State Office building. So what the amendment does is it prohibits further work and release of further funds on the State Office building remodel until we have a public hearing. I'm not saying we're going to stop it. I'm not saying it won't continue. I'm saying the public has a right to know. And you as members have a right to know. This is my first year, my first term on the Rules Committee. And so all of this information was new to me when I joined the committee. And for those of you who aren't aware of how we got to this place, I'm just going to give you a very quick history. In May of 2021, actually it may have been June because I wrote on my notes that it was a special session. So I think it was June of 2021 in the state government finance bill, we created a standing and open appropriation for the remodel of the State Office building. And it is still a standing and open appropriation, members. Then, in December of 2022, so after the 22 election, in December, when it was a lame duck rules committee, that lame duck rules committee approved the project, the detailed project apparently, and gave primary tenant approval for what is now the $730 million Palace for Politicians. And that approval allowed them to move forward with selling the appropriations bonds. And for the public who's listening, if anybody still is, I want you to understand they used appropriations bonds, and a very specific kind of appropriations bond called the Certificate of Occupancy Bond, so that they wouldn't have to go through the normal supermajority constitutional process for approving regular general obligation bonds. So they got around the normal bonding process by doing a separate kind of bond. The bonds were then sold in October of last year, 2023, and the first payment of $11 million was made last week. Members, what happened last year after they made that decision in the Rules Committee of 2022, a lame duck Rules Committee, none of us were on that Rules Committee, that committee then just gave the process over to apparently the Rules Committee. The CAP board was cut out of the process. So the CAP board is no longer, once the CAP board approved the design, they haven't been involved in this. And they still are not. And in committee, I talk about this a lot in Rules Committee. I bring this up all the time because there has not been a public hearing of the design, of how the bonds were let, of the money that is being spent. The public has no idea. They also have no idea about the Cass-Gilbert test and all the things that we're not following because the CAP board is not involved. So all I'm asking for in this amendment is a public hearing so that we can air all these issues. When I brought this up first to request a hearing in the Rules Committee, I was told that, well, since the CAP board's not involved, the Rules Committee and the Speaker make the decisions. And so then later we had a little bit of a private meeting with the Department of Administration, and they said, no, the Department of Administration is signing off on all the detailed changes. But I requested and still am waiting for, if anyone from the Department of Administration is listening, where they were given that authority. The Department of Administration, as far as I can tell, has never been given the authority to process change orders, to approve other expenses. As Representative Torkelson has talked about at great length, there's an archaeological excavation going on over there at this site. It's slowing the work down. That's going to increase the cost. As you all know, there's been problems with the ventilation system. They've had to bring in monitors and filters. That has increased the cost. I don't know who's signing off on these change orders and these cost increases, but it's not the Rules Committee. It's not us as a legislative body. Perhaps it's the Department of Administration. But those are questions that we need to have a public hearing about. Our constituents are spending $730 million of their hard-earned money, and nobody seems to know who's actually accountable for making these decisions. So members, this is not saying we're not going to have the project. It's saying let's have some transparency. Please vote green on this amendment.
Discussion to the
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
A54 amendment. The member from Scott, Representative Tabke, to your point of order.
Thank you, Speaker Hortman. According to House Rules 3.21, this is out of order because motions and propositions must be germane. Chapter 16B is a very large chapter of law, and 16B.2406 is where this count is established and is not referenced in the bill.
Thanks to the pre-filing rule, I've had the opportunity to review the amendment, review the bill, and I find the point of order well taken. Representative Robbins. Representative Robbins, you have the floor.
Well, I'd like to appeal your ruling, but I wanted to give you advice first. Could I give advice?
The Speaker can take as much or as little advice as she would like before she rules. Representative Robbins, would you like to appeal the ruling of the Speaker?
I would like to appeal the ruling of the Speaker and request a roll call.
Representative Robbins requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Members,
on the appeal, Representative Robbins.
Members, this is the exact reason we need a hearing, because this isn't related to any section of law. It's absolutely germane, and because the Speaker and the majority do not want to talk about $730 million,
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
They ruled me out of order when it is absolutely germane. This is outrageous, members.
Long.
Masons 124, paragraph 3, motives.
Representatives, refrain from saying what DFLers wanted or GOP members wanted or anything like that because it goes to motive. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like the public to understand that a very germane amendment was ruled out of order, and I was not even permitted to give advice on the ruling of the Speaker because it illustrates my point why this amendment is needed. We need a public hearing so the public understands how their $730 million is being spent. And the fact that this was ruled out of order when it is absolutely germane is outrageous, and I urge the members to overturn the ruling of the Speaker. Thank you.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, if this amendment is not germane and the Speaker's ruling should not be overturned, then we have no business being here. We brought up that Chapter 16B 2406 is not in the bill. Representative Tapke, that is correct. But we've never had to have the exact subdivision of a bill of a chapter to be not germane, to be germane. Chapter 16B is referenced in the title of this bill, 16B.055, 16B.48, 16B.54, 16B.97, 16B.98. Chapter 16B is in this bill. This amendment is 100% germane. To say it is not, it means you just don't want to vote on it.
The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't take up much time. I know we're pressed for time this evening, but I just want to point out, I'm not going to speak to the technical points regarding the rules. Frankly, I find rules fights relatively boring, but I do want to point out the fact that twice tonight, dealing with this amendment and a previous amendment by Representative Olson, the effect, I'm not going to speak to motives, but the effect of ruling these amendments out of order is that we are circumventing democracy, which the majority claims to care so much about and has been a prevailing theme since the beginning of our term in 2023. This is an opportunity to have a public hearing regarding a matter of spending $750 million, which is a significant amount of money. And previously, we had the question of whether or not we were going to put it to the people, whether or not we're going to allow them to determine what represents them, and that was ruled out of order as well. Boy, I'll tell you what, I'm disappointed. That's all I'll say. I'm disappointed in the fact that this body is not willing to entertain the opportunity to accept what the folks who elected us to come here and represent them have to say about how we spend their money and what symbols we choose to represent them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion on the appeal. The member from Hennepin, Representative Cleburne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would just like to remind the body that last year during the state government bill, we had this exact same debate and argument. And at that time, so when I was putting this bill together this year, I was very intentional, and I checked before putting the bill together to ensure that this particular subdivision would not be germane. It is not germane, and I checked with that before, and we, as I said, we had this debate last year, and also it was ruled out of order last year as well. Thank you.
Discussion. The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What a strange revelation we just had, that this bill was crafted purposefully to leave this out. I like that little chant we hear sometimes. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. That's where we are, folks. This is what democracy looks like. We purposefully craft bills to avoid discussion from the minority party. That's what we were just told. That is exactly what we were just told. We craft bills to avoid discussion from the minority party. I'm flabbergasted. Although in the memo that we got our hands on last week, it actually says that the amendment being made to the same chapter or section of law. This is the same chapter of law. This is the same chapter of law. Interestingly, in this memo, it also says that legislation should be crafted through a process which encourages input from the public, as is done in committee. And as Representative Robbins pointed out, and I served on the Rules Committee at the time, actually, and I remember bringing up in Rules Committee, you know, all of a sudden we're trying to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. I had been dealing with the bonding bill for years at that point. I had never seen a single bonding request for a leaky roof. I had never seen a single bonding request for fixing HVAC in the SOB. And then all of a sudden, in December, it was dropped. And let's point out, this was I think it was the week of Christmas. It was right before Christmas that the Democrats held a Rules Committee to pass language for a palace for politicians, $730 million. That's how this was done. Talk about the dark of night. That's how this was done.
Representative Long.
Masons 101, this is not on the advice to the body on germaneness.
Representative New Brindley, please direct your comments to the issue of germaneness. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So that's exactly how this was done, in the dark of night, literally the week of Christmas.
Representative New Brindley, the week of Christmas doesn't relate to germaneness. Please direct your comments towards germaneness. Representative New Brindley.
It relates very much, actually, to the memo that we've been given. Legislation should be crafted through a process which encourages input from the public, as is done in committee. And the amendment should be part of the same chapter or section of law. That is not how the language was crafted. It was dropped in out of nowhere. And then there was a very sneaky open and standing appropriation passed last year to pay for it. That's how this went down. That's how this went down. And so now Representative Robbins crafted an amendment to ensure that we shed some light on all of this. And she made sure that we were talking about the same chapter of law that is referenced in the underlying bill. It's there. And in the memo is the amendment being made to the same chapter or section of law. It's in the same chapter. There's no question about it. There's no question about it. So we should allow this amendment to go forward. It is germane. We should absolutely shed light on this process. We should shed light on the fact that Democrats spent $730 million. And again, this is an open and standing appropriation. That means $730 million is the floor. It is at least $730 million. It's likely to be far more than that by the time we get through with this. I've never seen a capital project, I've never seen a government project come in under budget or on time. So $730 million is the floor. Because this was done as an open and standing appropriation. $730 million to fix a leaky roof and an HVAC system. It is our job now as a body to vote no, to overrule the Speaker, and to acknowledge that, of course, this amendment is germane. I've got it right here. Is the amendment being made to the same chapter or section of law? And so while you tried very hard to make it not germane, you tried very hard to make sure we weren't covering this, 16B is in the underlying bill. It's germane. It is absolutely germane. So let's vote no. Let's overrule the Speaker so we can have this discussion, so that we can bring some transparency to this process and let Minnesotans know what's really going on with their tax dollars. Let's let Minnesotans know what's really going on with $730 million that could be paying for EMS services, that could be paying for our seniors. We could continue disproportionate share. Wouldn't that be amazing? And we could do the 1115 waiver. We actually could do all of it. That's how this could work. But in order for that to happen, you have to do the right thing. And you have to find the amendment germane, which it absolutely is. Vote no on the Speaker's ruling.
A green vote, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to point out for the body that this is not amending anything. It's creating session law, and it refers to Section 16B, which, as to everything Representative New Brindley said, would still make it germane under the rules of germaneness we were handed down earlier in the session. But in fact, it's not amending this section of law, it's creating session law. And it's absolutely germane. As Chair Cleavorn already said, it was germane last year. It's still germane. This is what the State Government Committee does. Please vote red to overturn the ruling of the Speaker. Thank you.
A green or a yes vote agrees with the ruling of the Speaker. A red or a no vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll on the appeal. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Schultz.
Schultz, no.
Schultz, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 60 nays, it is a judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Damath moves to amend House Bill number 3433, the second engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A55.
The member from Stearns, Representative Damath, now to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, my amendment is quite simple, and I think you will have an opportunity to potentially vote for this. What this does is this repeals the fact that the cap board has been cut out of the process on the state office building. And I'll give you just a little bit of history on that issue. Last year, in the bonding bill, we were made aware of the fact that the cap board had already done their work, but they were completely cut out of the process on anything going forward on the $730 million Palace for Politicians right across the street. When I was visiting with the director of the CAP board and I found that out, it was very interesting because, as he explained, the original intent of Cass Gilbert was that the Capitol, all four steps, areas of steps, north, south, east, and west, would be open to the public, that it would be visible and it would be open to the public, the fact that this is our state capitol. Now, if you notice the building that was last built to our north, you'll see that there is a taller portion of that building, but then it does drop down. And so it doesn't impede any type of visual impact to the north set of the steps. What is being proposed is that the building that is being built across the street for 134 of us, that is actually going to block the east steps. It goes completely against the original architectural desire for Cass Gilbert. You have heard earlier in our discussion tonight that the CAP board plays a very important role on everything surrounding the complex, the grounds, and beyond. And so what this amendment would do is it would repeal the fact that the CAP board has been cut out and allow them to continue doing the work. It wouldn't change anything as far as stopping the process or the progress on the State Office Building Palace, but it would at least allow them to be continually a part of the process going forward. There's a lot of historical things that are in our current building. There's questions what would happen to some of the railings with gophers and some of the other artifacts that are in there. There's a lot of questions that have been raised with no adequate answer. Knowing that the CAP board is reinserted back into this process would make it slightly more transparent, and I would ask, Madam Speaker, for a roll call on this amendment.
Representative Damath requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Damath.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would ask for a green vote.
Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Claiborne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. We've heard a lot of conversation this evening about what the CAP board has and has not done in this process, so I just want to level set for just a moment. The CAP board was involved in approving the building. On April 21st, 2023, the CAP board found the building to be in compliance with the comprehensive plan. The Department of Administration and the architects have met with the CAP board at least 3 times, which is as many times as they met with the Minnesota Senate when they were doing their building. Like the Minnesota Senate building, the CAP board took 1 vote to approve the building. The only item left for the CAP board was to review the zoning. And unlike other municipalities across the state, the CAP board must use the state's rulemaking process, and unlike other municipalities that have a more streamlined process. But what I want to just take a moment, and I know I'm using a piece of paper and I'm going to read off of it, but in the resolution, because I want to make sure I say it correctly, the resolution says, be it finally resolved that the Capital Area Architecture and Planning Board determines that the condition of the comprehensive plan compliance as required for approval of rezoning of the portion of Leif Erikson Park and the issuance of a zoning permit for the State Office Building is hereby met and does not require further evaluation. That was the resolution that we had in the meeting. And so the process needed to be measured with the compliance with the zoning requirements, and they have been met. So the session law was completely in order and fully respected the CAP board's process. The Department of Administration continues to have a good working relationship on all capital area projects, including the State Office Building. So members, this is not necessary, and I'm going to ask for a no vote.
Further discussion. Representative Damath.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate some of the details that were just brought out, but I do want to point out for the public that the vote to eliminate the CAP board was in the cash bonding bill last year. It was not in State Gov. It was not heard in rules, but it was actually a vote that was taken as part of the cash bonding bill. And I think that is probably the least transparent way to do it. They do still need to be involved. And as we get ready to vote in this body, I would really encourage everyone to vote green, which is much more transparent for the public. It would allow them to continue to do the work that they do all the way across the entire complex and beyond. Please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, nay.
Carroll, no. Schultz.
Schultz, aye.
Schultz, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 3431, as amended.
Third reading as amended. Discussion to the bill. The member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Thanks. This has been a good, I think it's been a good discussion tonight. A little long, but still good. This bill is mostly technical. And, you know, from our side, you can see where the focus has been. It's the spending in the bill is all about the Capitol Mall. And we, you know, we have concerns with that. I wish there would have been a little bit more work on that. But for the most part, this bill is technical with public utilities, ALJ. There's a really good provision in here, the Nelson bill that expands some job order contracting with Hennepin. And some of the things that weren't mentioned that are in here is maybe this bill should be renamed the Gopher Gunners Memorial Bridge Bill. And, you know, so it's, but there are some clunkers. And the one thing that I have learned working with Chair Cleavorn is that she doesn't stop trying to fix it. And when this bill we heard in committee, it was very different than the bill you see today. And there was concerns that were raised, and there were changes that were made. And I hope that the chair continues to do that as we move to, as this bill moves along, because there are some valid concerns that I think we have, and I hope that we'll continue to work on those. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, I'm a little disappointed that we didn't take a few of the amendments that we had offered. One for taking back our authority on rulemaking. But I just ran across an article I wanted to share with the members about the plastic bags. It's interesting, the major advantage to these bags are the least and the lowest environmental toll, least amount of energy to produce. Be better off coming up with a recycling program because they are recyclable. Now, paper bags, what you either want to go to was the next option. It takes 4 times the amount of energy to produce them. And they also require additional chemicals and fertilizers in order in the production of them. It's much more harmful to the environment. And studies have shown that for a paper bag has to be reused up to 43 times to have the same impact as a plastic bag. Then you have the reusable bags that are made from cotton and other things. Those have to be used 131 times before they have the same amount of energy and environmental impact as one plastic bag. Members, the plastic bag is actually the least amount of damage to the environment compared to the other things. This is a study from the National Geographic, a report issued last year. So members, you had an opportunity to take care of things, but unfortunately you did not want to, and I just wanted to pass this information along to you.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Cleavorn, we're at the finish line again. And members, I just want to point out you can disagree with each other and still be very kind and collegial with one another. And Representative Cleavorn and I have had our moments in committee where she frustrates me and I frustrate her, and sometimes the camera picks both of those things up. But so in the pantheon of bad bills, this is not a really bad bill. It's got some spending stuff in there that I am not a huge fan of. I told you I'd be funny. That there's some spending in there that I just think not quite where I was hoping for. You know, the $4.8 million, I just really did want to talk about the fact that other cities don't have that opportunity. And I pulled an amendment in the gesture of speeding things up. But if you look at other cities and other counties, we don't have that ability. No one is putting that kind of economic revitalization money into a bill that helps anybody in Carver County. And I just wanted to make sure that we put that out there, because I do hear from folks, and they say that was a bit much. There's some things in there that I wasn't super jazzed about that made it into the bill that didn't get an agreement. Representative Stevenson, we talked about just a minute ago. There's a piece in the bill that allows for the Anoka County Jail to be moved, and there is not consensus in that effort. And I had really hoped that we would have seen that beforehand, before we put it into a bill, because the two parties that are now going to be subject to a new law, they don't have agreement. And I think that's a little heavy-handed. In fact, I think that's a lot heavy-handed. I had really hoped for better. There are good things in the bill, and there's Representative Bonner. We, once again, worked together to put in some IT things to deal with some cybersecurity issues. And it starts at a much different and lower level for some of these IT things. We start in the Technology Advisory Committee. We work it forward. We talk about it. We agree on things. We will prioritize bills over other bills, and we'll bring things forward. But there are a good number of cybersecurity provisions in this bill that will benefit cities and counties and other units of government and the state. And it's a good piece or a good provision in there. So that's the good part. In the main, though, I think once again we're spending money on the capital area that, look, we just disagree on a lot of this, and that's okay. It is. You know, I'm not advocating for spittoons. I like cigars. I don't like chewing tobacco, but I think that we're missing an opportunity to preserve the vision of Cass Gilbert in some of the things that we did not listen to, that we did not get done, and that will eventually happen over across the street. Again, this is not the worst thing in the world. I wish it had been better. I do appreciate the acceptance of the two amendments that you had some heartburn on, Chair Cleavorn. I think those are important things, and I think once again the relationship that you and I have back and forth made it so that those would go in, and I made some promises that we would not do things relative to that, and it's a good effort. But we all get to choose whether you push green or you push red, and I'll be pushing red this evening. Surprise, right? Just because I think that the spending that's in here, even though it's not a lot of money, it's not $50, $100 bazillion, it's money that I think could have been spent on something else. And the largesse of the construction down here, I think, is quite pronounced. And that just doesn't sit right with a lot of us. And that's okay, again. So members, I would encourage a red vote. I don't think that this is something that I'm going to lend my name to. Certainly provisions in there are things that I wholeheartedly lend my name to and would have loved to have been standalone bills that I would have said a lot of nice things about. But overall, I don't see this as a priority for Minnesotans. I see it as sort of a rewarding of one city over many, many cities, and 86 counties are not getting some of the things that one county is. So with that, I would encourage a red vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I delve into closing remarks on this bill, I'd like to note a provision in the bill that is a result of some work done starting back when I first saw the plans for the new state office building and noted that there was no space in the building for a barber shop. We spent a lot of time with petitions and other efforts to make sure that that was accommodated, and I'd like to thank Representative Hewitt for finally bringing this to the finish line to assure that the barber shop can continue to exist. On to the bill. Today, Democrats are saying they'd rather spend money on unaccountable nonprofits, green space to replace what they bulldozed earlier this year, a new fleet of electric vehicles for state agencies, and a new $730 million luxury office building for part-time legislators. Last week, the state paid the first $11 million of that $730 million. $11 million that should be spent on the actual priorities of Minnesotans was paid out to fund a $730 million office building for politicians who are only there 5 months out of the year. These dollars are being paid out despite never having a public hearing on the full scope of the project. We have many questions and very few answers about the project, and yet Democrats have voted down an amendment today to fully inform the public on the project. On top of that, this bill spends millions of dollars more while the state is staring down a looming deficit in just a few short years. The priorities of Minnesotans being completely disregarded here. We should be investing in our communities, not green spaces to replace what you bulldozed, electric vehicles for bureaucracies and state agencies and nonprofits with zero mechanism to ensure that money is being used wisely. It's time to focus on what truly matters to the people of Minnesota. It seems that the theme of this year is irresponsible spending and unaffordable policies that hurt Minnesotans and take more money out of family budgets. Members, please vote no on this bill.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that under Rule 1.50, the House be allowed to meet past midnight.
All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Rule 1.50 is waived. The member from Hennepin, the author of the bill, Representative Claiborne.
Thank you, members and Speaker Hortman, for a good discussion this evening. I appreciate all the hard work that has been had on this floor tonight. We've heard a lot of interesting conversation and interesting debate, and I just want to take this opportunity tonight to just say thank you. I'd like to thank our committee members, both DFL and GOP, for your hard work, and our healthy debates in committee, and our humor that we have in committee. It's good. I'd also like to acknowledge the outstanding nonpartisan team that we have in state government, which is Helen Roberts, Chelsea Griffin, and Matt Gehring. Our House page, Michael Thomas, GOP researchers, Justin Brill and Ryan Rickerson, and to our DFL team. I can't do this work without them. Committee Administrator Amanda Rudolph, Researcher John Baylor, and Committee Legislative Assistant Jonah Westerman. And I'd also like to extend my debt of gratitude to you, Vice Chair Hewitt, for being a great sounding board and being my partner in all of this work. It's a great bill. It's a bipartisan bill. Those of you on the other side of the aisle who spent a lot of time talking against the bill have provisions in the bill. So I encourage you to all vote green. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Schultz.
Schultz, no.
Schultz, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 60 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.